Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is El Crimen y el Castigo. Look, the justification of the unthinkable. Welcome, dear listener, to a profound journey, a descent into the deepest, most unsettling corridors of the human psyche. We are about to embark on an exploration that challenges our most fundamental beliefs, forcing us to confront questions so terrifying, so audacious, that most of us instinctively recoil from them. This is not merely an audiobook, it is an invitation to introspection, a crucible for your moral compass, an odyssey through the labyrinthine mind of a man who dared to believe he was an exception to all rules. Our destination is the very heart of the human condition, as illuminated by one of literature's most formidable intellects, Fyodor Dostoevsky, in his masterwork, El Crimen y el Castigo, or Crime and Punishment. Our first chapter, Look, the Justification of the Unthinkable, begins with a stark and utterly provocative question: is murder ever justified? Take a moment with that. Let the words resonate. Most of us, without a second thought, would instinctively declare an unequivocal no. Our societies are built upon the sacredness of human life, upon laws that universally condemn the taking of another. It is the ultimate taboo, the gravest sin, the most heinous crime. But what if, for a fleeting moment, we allowed ourselves to consider the edges of this absolute? What if there were circumstances, extreme and unimaginable, where the act of taking a life could, in some twisted, rationalized corner of the mind, be deemed not only permissible but even, perhaps, necessary? This is precisely the dark corner of human morality that Dostoevsky compels us to explore. He doesn't ask us to endorse such an act, but to understand the terrifying thought processes that could lead a brilliant, seemingly moral individual to contemplate, plan, and execute it. This is not a simple villain's tale, it is a meticulous, almost clinical dissection of a soul grappling with an idea that could shatter its very foundation. We are challenged to look beyond the black and white certainties and peer into the murky, complex grays where idealism can morph into hubris, where compassion can be distorted into a rationale for cruelty, and where the desire for justice can lead to the ultimate injustice. It's an intellectual daring act, A Psychological High-Wire Walk, and Dostoevsky, with his unparalleled insight into human nature, is our unflinching guide. We're not seeking answers to justify the unthinkable, but rather to understand the frightening allure, the insidious justifications that can take root in the most intelligent minds, and how easily irrational thought can become a twisted perversion of morality. Now, let us delve deeper into the terrifying question that lies at the heart of our journey: what would you do if you genuinely believed you were above the law? Imagine a scenario where you, with your intellect, your unique insights, your profound understanding of the world's problems, suddenly found yourself convinced that the conventional rules, the societal norms, the moral strictures that bind ordinary humanity, simply do not apply to you. How would that belief manifest itself? Would it be a quiet, internal conviction, or would it inexorably lead to actions that defy all ethical boundaries? This isn't about arrogance in the everyday sense, but about a far more dangerous intellectual exceptionalism, a belief that one's superior mind or higher purpose grants a unique dispensation from the moral burdens that weigh down the common person. Consider a real-world storytelling example, not of murder, but of the insidious creep of this above-the-law mentality. Picture a brilliant, charismatic leader, perhaps a visionary startup founder. They believe their idea, their product, their mission, is so revolutionary, so potentially beneficial to humanity, that the usual rules of business ethics, of fair play, of even basic legality, become mere inconveniences. They might cut corners, exploit loopholes, perhaps even engage in outright deception, all while firmly believing that the greater good their company will achieve justifies these Meno. He concocts a horrifying theory: certain extraordinary individuals, much like historical figures such as Napoleon, are not bound by the same moral laws as ordinary men. They possess the right to transgress, even to shed blood, if it serves a higher purpose, if it benefits humanity, or if it simply removes an obstacle to their own greatness. He sees himself as one of these exceptional men, destined to transcend the mundane and make a significant mark on the world. His target? An old, avaricious pawnbroker, whom he deems a louse, a parasitic, useless member of society whose removal would not only benefit himself financially, but also rid the world of a truly contemptible individual. The premise is gripping because it forces us to grapple with the idea that the crime isn't born of base malice, but of a perverse intellectualism, a chillingly reasoned justification for the unthinkable. What if the crime itself wasn't the end, but merely the terrifying beginning of an even more profound, more agonizing journey? This is Raskolnikov's fate. The novel isn't a whodunit. We know from the outset who committed the murder. Instead, it's a whodunit and, more importantly, a how-do-eshadunthese. How does he endure the psychological torment that follows? The murder, intended as an act of liberation, as proof of his exceptionalism, becomes instead a psychological prison. His carefully constructed theories crumble under the weight of an unexpected, agonizing guilt. The internal inferno of his conscience ignites, consuming his peace, driving him to the brink of madness, and exposing the unbearable hollowness of his intellectual justifications. He believed he could commit the act and walk away, intellectually superior, morally unburdened. He was catastrophically wrong. Let me offer a real-world storytelling example, or rather, a fictionalized scenario that highlights this psychological unraveling. Imagine a highly intelligent, meticulous individual who plans and executes what they believe to be the perfect crime, perhaps an embezzlement so clever, so untraceable, that they are convinced they will get away with it completely. They've thought of every angle, covered every track. They envision a life of luxury and freedom, unburdened by the financial struggles that previously plagued them. Yet, after the deed is done, the anticipated elation never arrives. Instead, a creeping dread takes hold. Every knock at the door sends a jolt of panic. Every casual conversation feels like an interrogation. The freedom they sought is replaced by a crippling paranoia, a constant, gnawing fear of exposure. Sleep becomes elusive, haunted by vivid nightmares. The stolen wealth, once a symbol of liberation, now feels like a burden, a cursed artifact that whispers accusations. This person, like Raskolnikov, discovers that the true punishment isn't always meted out by external authorities. Often, it is an internal inferno, meticulously stoked by one's own conscience, that burns far hotter and longer than any prison sentence. The perfect crime proves imperfect because the human mind, with its inherent need for moral coherence and peace, cannot sustain such a fundamental violation of its own ethical architecture without suffering devastating consequences. The self-deception unravels, leaving behind a raw, exposed nerve of guilt and terror. Psychologically, why does Raskolnikov's descent matter so deeply? It is a masterclass in the nature of guilt and conscience. Dostoevsky shows us that guilt is not merely a social construct, it is an intrinsic human experience, a profound disequilibrium that arises when our actions violate our deepest, often subconscious, moral codes. Even if external punishment is averted, the internal struggle can be far more devastating. Raskolnikov's initial rationalizations, his theory of extraordinary men and his contempt for the pawnbroker, serve as elaborate defense mechanisms against this impending guilt. But the act itself shatters these defenses, exposing the raw, unvarnished truth of his transgression. The breakdown of his. This is a narrative that will demand your empathy for even the most repugnant characters, not to condone their actions, but to understand the complex web of circumstances and internal logic that leads them down their destructive paths. It's a journey into the abyss, with the hope that by confronting the darkness, we might better appreciate the light. Psychologically, why does engaging with such a profound, challenging narrative matter? The power of narrative, especially one as rich and complex as crime and punishment, lies in its capacity to expand our understanding and cultivate our empathy beyond the confines of our immediate experience. By immersing ourselves in Raskolnikov's internal world, we gain unparalleled insight into the mechanisms of self-deception, the corrosive nature of guilt, and the desperate search for meaning in a world that often seems indifferent. It allows us to safely explore extreme psychological states and philosophical questions without experiencing their real-world consequences. This intellectual and emotional challenge is a catalyst for personal growth. Just as pushing our physical limits builds strength, confronting challenging ideas and complex human dilemmas fortifies our mental and emotional resilience. It sharpens our critical thinking skills, enhances our capacity for empathy, and deepens our understanding of the universal themes that connect all humanity: suffering, love, despair, hope, sin, and redemption. Dostoevsky's genius transcends time and culture because he taps into these timeless, universal struggles, offering us a mirror through which to examine our own humanity. This isn't just about Raskolnikov, it's about all of us. For you, the listener, what are the practical application steps for approaching this profound journey? First and foremost, approach this story with an open mind and a willingness to be challenged. Set aside preconceived notions and allow Dostoevsky's vision to unfold without immediate judgment. This is a narrative that rewards patience and contemplation. Second, engage in active listening. Consider pausing at key moments, allowing the insights, the emotional resonance, or the philosophical dilemmas to sink in. Perhaps keep a journal to note down your thoughts, your reactions, or the questions that arise as you listen. Connect the abstract philosophical questions presented in the story to your own personal experiences, your observations of the world, and the ethical challenges you encounter in your daily life. This active engagement transforms passive listening into an interactive learning experience. Be prepared for moments of emotional and intellectual discomfort. These are often the most fertile grounds for growth and deeper understanding. Recognize that true understanding often comes not from simple answers, but from the willingness to grapple with complex, contradictory truths. This psychological journey, though demanding, promises to be immensely rewarding, enriching your understanding of literature, psychology, and the enduring mysteries of the human heart. In summary, dear listener, we have set the stage for an extraordinary exploration. We've acknowledged the audacity of our central question: is murder ever justified? We've peered into the psychological abyss of exceptionalism, where intellectual pride can warp into a dangerous belief of being above the law, a belief that ultimately serves as a flimsy justification for the unthinkable. We've introduced Rodion Raskolnikov, a man whose brilliant mind concocts a theory that will lead him down a path of unspeakable violence, only to plunge him into an even more terrifying internal inferno of guilt, paranoia, and existential despair. And we have prepared ourselves for a deep, challenging, 281-minute psychological journey that demands our full engagement, our unwavering introspection, and our willingness to confront the darkest corners of human morality. This is more than a story, it is a profound philosophical inquiry, a masterwork of psychological realism, and a timeless exploration of sin, suffering, and Introduction, Entering the Mind of Dostoevsky. Welcome, my dear listener, to a profound journey, an immersive expedition into the labyrinthine corridors of the human spirit. I am your guide, and together, we are about to step across a threshold, not merely into the pages of a book, but into the very consciousness of a masterpiece that has captivated, challenged, and transformed readers for generations. Our destination is the pulsating heart of Fyodor Dostoevsky's monumental work, Crime and Punishment, a title that, on the surface, suggests a straightforward narrative of transgression and consequence, but which, beneath its initial veneer, unfurls as an intimate, breathtakingly complex psychological thriller. Imagine, for a moment, that you are not just settling in to listen to a story, but that you are being invited to inhabit a mind, to feel the suffocating grip of its anxieties, to witness the brilliant, yet terrifying, architecture of its internal logic, and to experience the raw, visceral tremor of its moral awakening. That, my friends, is the essence of what awaits us. This isn't a mere recounting of events, it's an invitation to engage in a deeply personal, often uncomfortable, yet ultimately illuminating exploration of what it means to be human, to grapple with immense moral weight, and to search for light in the darkest corners of despair. Dostoevsky doesn't just present characters, he opens up their very souls for our inspection, demanding our full, unwavering attention, and perhaps, our deepest empathy. Let's start with a warm embrace of this shared endeavor. As your narrator, I don't merely intend to read to you, I aspire to walk alongside you, like a trusted companion navigating a dense, beautiful forest. Think of me as a fellow traveler, one who has perhaps trod these paths before, but who remains perpetually awestruck by the landscape and eager to point out its most breathtaking vistas and its most hidden, significant details. My aim is to establish a connection with you, a bond of shared curiosity and intellectual adventure. Have you ever felt that particular delight when a complex idea or a challenging text suddenly clicks into place, not because someone simply told you the answer, but because a thoughtful guide illuminated the path for your own discovery? That's the feeling I hope to foster here. I want you to feel seen, to feel your own questions validated, and to find your own insights enriched through our shared exploration. Why does this empathetic, conversational approach matter so profoundly? From a psychological perspective, when we approach a challenging work like Crime and Punishment, especially one that delves into such dark and uncomfortable aspects of human nature, our natural defenses can sometimes rise. We might feel intimidated by its reputation, overwhelmed by its density, or even alienated by its challenging moral landscape. However, when we are guided by a voice that conveys warmth, understanding, and a genuine appreciation for the complexities involved, those defenses naturally begin to lower. It fosters a sense of trust, a psychological safety net that encourages us to delve deeper, to confront uncomfortable truths, and to grapple with ambiguity without feeling judged or lost. This rapport transforms the act of listening from a passive reception of information into an active, collaborative journey of discovery. It's akin to having a friend explain a difficult personal experience to you. You listen not just with your ears, but with your heart, allowing their vulnerability to open up your own capacity for understanding. So, as we embark, I encourage you, to adopt this posture of openness. Suspend immediate judgment, allow the narrative to wash over you, and let your curiosity lead the way. Treat the characters you are about to meet, even the most flawed among them, as complex individuals worthy of your considered attention, much as you would a person you are striving to truly understand in your own life. This receptive mindset is the first, most crucial step in truly entering the mind of Dostoevsky. Now, let us cast our minds back, not merely a few decades, but over a century and a half, to the bustling, often squalid, yet undeniably grand cityscape of 19th-century St. Petersburg. This is not just a backdrop for our story, it is a character in itself, breathing, festering, and mirroring the internal turmoil of our protagonist. Imagine a city of striking contrasts, magnificent imperial palaces, gilded cathedrals, and broad avenues standing in stark juxtaposition to narrow, grimy alleyways, crowded tenements, and the pervasive stench of poverty and decay. Picture the gray, damp air clinging to everything, the ubiquitous mud, the flickering gas lamps struggling against the encroaching gloom. Hear the cacophony of carriage wheels clattering over cobblestones, the distant, mournful cries of street vendors, the incessant murmur of a populace struggling for survival. This was a city teeming with life, yet also overflowing with desperation, intellectual ferment, and spiritual crisis. Think of it as a canvas upon which Dostoevsky paints the most vivid and unsettling psychological portraits. The suffocating heat of a St. Petersburg summer, described by Dostoevsky with almost tangible oppression, is not merely meteorological, it's a reflection of the feverish state of our hero's mind. The cramped, dilapidated apartment where Raskolnikov resides, a mere closet of a room, becomes a physical manifestation of his self-imposed isolation and intellectual confinement. The labyrinthine streets, where he wanders in a haze of fever and abstract thought, are a mirror of the convoluted pathways of his own conscience. This was an era of profound social upheaval in Russia, a time when traditional values were clashing violently with burgeoning radical ideologies. Ideas of nihilism, utilitarianism, and a nascent scientific materialism were circulating among the educated youth, challenging old notions of morality, faith, and the very purpose of human existence. Young, impoverished intellectuals, often alienated from both the aristocracy and the peasantry, found themselves adrift in a sea of conflicting philosophies, seeking answers in increasingly desperate places. From a psychological perspective, understanding this historical context is paramount because it highlights the profound influence of environment on consciousness, on belief systems, and ultimately, on individual behavior. We often talk about social determinism, the idea that our circumstances shape who we are, and while Dostoevsky ultimately champions individual moral agency, he meticulously illustrates how the grinding poverty, the intellectual currents, and the moral ambiguities of St. Petersburg contribute to Raskolnikov's feverish state and the development of his destructive theories. Imagine, if you will, being a brilliant, sensitive young man, full of potential, yet trapped in an inescapable cycle of destitution, witnessing profound injustice daily, and being bombarded by philosophies that seem to offer radical solutions to society's ills. How might such an environment warp one's perception of right and wrong? How might it nurture a dangerous sense of intellectual superiority or justify extreme actions? The psychological impact of deprivation, of constant moral compromise, and of the clash between idealistic thought and grim reality can be profoundly unsettling, leading to a kind of psychological fracturing. So, for your practical application as a listener, I invite you to engage your imagination fully with this setting. Don't just hear the words, visualize the scenes. Picture the grand F. We thrive on connection, empathy, and the ability to share our inner world. Isolation, particularly self-imposed isolation fueled by shame or guilt, is profoundly damaging to mental health. It erodes self-esteem, distorts perception, and can lead to a spiral of paranoia and despair. Dostoevsky vividly portrays how Raskolnikov's increasing isolation amplifies his mental anguish, making it almost unbearable. It underscores the vital role of connection, confession, and community in mental and emotional well-being. When we isolate ourselves, we deny ourselves the very mechanisms through which healing and understanding often occur: the shared burden, the empathetic ear, the perspective of another. It highlights the fundamental truth that even our deepest, darkest struggles are often best navigated not alone, but in the presence of trusted others. Finally, we arrive at redemption. This is perhaps the most challenging and ultimately hopeful theme in Crime and Punishment. Dostoevsky's vision of redemption is not facile or instantaneous, it is hard-won, requiring immense suffering, a profound confrontation with one's own depravity, and a willingness to embrace a path of humility and genuine contrition. It is a process, not an event. It asks, can a soul burdened by such a heinous act ever truly find peace, ever truly be reintegrated into the moral fabric of humanity? What does it truly take to earn forgiveness, not just from others, but from oneself and, for Dostoevsky, from a higher power? Think of a story you've encountered, perhaps in literature or even in real life, where an individual, having made a grave error, embarks on a long, arduous journey to atone, to make amends, to transform their very being. It's not about erasing the past, but about integrating it, learning from it, and choosing a different future. For Dostoevsky, redemption often comes through suffering, through recognizing the profound truth in love and compassion, and through an acceptance of universal moral laws over individual intellectual exceptionalism. Psychologically, the concept of redemption speaks to our inherent capacity for change, for growth, and for moral repair. It taps into the deep human need for meaning, for purpose, and for the belief that even after profound mistakes, there is a pathway back to integrity and connection. The journey towards redemption often involves intense self-reflection, the courage to acknowledge one's wrongs, and the willingness to endure the consequences of those actions. It's a process of psychological healing where the fragmented self, shattered by guilt and isolation, begins to reintegrate through acts of humility, service, and genuine empathy. It suggests that true freedom isn't found in evading responsibility, but in embracing it, and in finding meaning not just in individual achievement, but in our shared humanity and our interconnectedness. Dostoevsky argues that genuine spiritual and psychological health often lies in this embrace of suffering as a purifying force, leading ultimately to a profound transformation of the self. So, for your practical application concerning these powerful themes, as you listen to the narrative unfold, I encourage you to actively reflect on these concepts. Where do you see guilt manifesting in our protagonist, both subtly and overtly? How does his isolation escalate, and what are its devastating effects? And most importantly, as the story progresses, what forms does the search for redemption take, and what does Dostoevsky seem to suggest are the essential ingredients for achieving it? Consider your own life experiences or observations. How do people you know grapple with guilt? How do individuals cope with profound isolation? And what does redemption truly mean to you, beyond any specific religious dogma? By engaging with these questions personally, you will not only unlock a deeper understanding of crime and punishment but also gain invaluable insights into the enduring complexities of the human heart and mind. This is Dostoevsky's enduring genius. He doesn't just tell us a story, Main Chapter 1, The Isolation of Brilliance. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 3 of Crime and Punishment, a pivotal exploration into the very depths of the human psyche, titled The Isolation of Brilliance. In our journey through this timeless masterpiece by Fyodor Dostoevsky, we now arrive at the intellectual crucible where the seeds of a most audacious and chilling theory are not only sown but actively cultivated within the mind of our protagonist, Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov. Imagine, if you will, a young man, once a brilliant law student, now a specter of his former self, haunting the labyrinthine streets and the oppressive, sun-starved tenements of mid-19th century St. Petersburg. This is Rodion Raskolnikov. He is a man consumed not merely by poverty, though destitution gnaws at his very bones, but by a profound intellectual arrogance, a philosophical conceit that elevates him, in his own mind, above the common run of humanity. He lives in a state of suspended animation, perpetually on the brink, his mind a feverish landscape where grand ideas clash with grim reality. He is an outcast by choice and circumstance, his sharp intellect a double-edged sword, cutting him off from society even as it grants him a terrifying clarity, or so he believes. Raskolnikov is not just poor, he is in utter despair. His clothes are rags, his stomach often empty, and his future, if he allows himself to contemplate it, seems bleak to the point of non-existence. Yet, beneath this veneer of physical degradation, a formidable intellectual engine churns. He has developed a theory, one he even committed to paper in an article, a theory so radical, so dangerous, that it challenges the very foundations of morality and human law. He postulates that humanity is bifurcated, neatly divided into two distinct categories, the ordinary and the extraordinary. The ordinary are, he argues, the vast majority. They are the conservatives, the obedient, the plodding masses whose sole purpose is to maintain the status quo, to procreate, and to live lives of quiet subservience to the established order. They are, in his disdainful estimation, the material upon which history is built, but never the builders themselves. Their function is to preserve, not to innovate or to transcend. They are bound by conventional morality, by the laws and customs that govern everyday existence, and they accept these constraints without question. Then, there are the extraordinary men. Ah, here lies the heart of Raskolnikov's perilous philosophy. These rare individuals, he contends, are the true movers of history. They are the visionaries, the leaders, the ones capable of uttering a new word. Think of figures like Lycurgus, Solon, Muhammad, and above all, Napoleon Bonaparte. These are men, Raskolnikov theorizes, who, by virtue of their superior intellect, their profound vision, or their revolutionary spirit, possess an inherent right, indeed, almost a divine mandate, to transgress existing laws, to overcome obstacles, and even to shed blood, if their actions are deemed necessary for the advancement or betterment of humanity. For the extraordinary man, the end justifies the means, and the conventional moral code that binds the ordinary simply does not apply. He operates on a higher plane, guided by a loftier purpose that transcends petty human rules. This theory, chilling in its cold logic, becomes Raskolnikov's intellectual prison and his imagined key to liberation. He grapples with the terrifying question, is he, Rodion Raskolnikov, an extraordinary man? Does he possess the right to transgress? And if so, what transgression could prove it? This internal debate, this feverish wrestling with his own conscience and his grandiose self-perception, is the very essence of the isolation of brilliance. His intellect, sharp and formidable, rather than guiding him towards wisdom and connection, instead isolates him, drives him to construct a dangerous framework that justifies unspeakable acts, fostering a sense of superiority that pushes him further and further to the precipice of moral decay. He is brilliant, yes, but this brilliance, untethered from empathy and social responsibility, becomes a destructive force, threatening to consume him entirely. Now, let us delve deeper into the intricate layers of Raskolnikov's existence, beginning with the tangible, oppressive reality of his living conditions. Our first key point focuses on Raskolnikov's claustrophobic living conditions and how they exacerbate his internal turmoil, pushing him towards his radical ideology. Can you truly separate a man from his environment? Do our surroundings merely reflect our inner state, or do they actively shape it? Raskolnikov's room is not just a room, it is a physical manifestation of his mental state, a suffocating cage that mirrors the trap he feels his life has become. Dostoevsky describes it with harrowing precision: a tiny garret, barely larger than a cupboard, located at the very top of a dilapidated tenement building in a particularly squalid part of St. Petersburg. The ceiling is so low that a tall man might brush his head against it. The wallpaper is a grimy, sickly yellow, peeling in strips, its original pattern long lost beneath layers of accumulated dirt and neglect. The air is perpetually stale, heavy with the scent of poverty, decay, and the faint, unsettling odor of the adjacent staircase, which is itself a dark, cramped, and perpetually foul-smelling conduit of human misery. There is little natural light, and what meager illumination penetrates the grimy windows struggles to dispel the perpetual gloom. It is, in essence, a coffin-like space, a tomb for a living man, a place where hope struggles to breathe. This physical environment is not merely a backdrop, it is an active participant in Raskolnikov's psychological drama. The stifling oppressiveness of his room amplifies his feeling of being trapped, suffocated by his circumstances, his poverty, and his own tormented thoughts. He is an intellectual giant, or so he perceives himself, caged within squalor, and this dissonance fuels his resentment and his radical ideation. How could a man of his supposed caliber be reduced to such an existence? This question, implicitly asked by his surroundings, reinforces his sense of exceptionalism and his belief that he is entitled to a different fate, even if he must violently carve it out for himself. The constant physical discomfort, the lack of air, the perpetual twilight, all Raskolnikov is deeply obsessed with Napoleon Bonaparte, viewing him as the quintessential extraordinary man. He meticulously studies Napoleon's campaigns, his political rise, and his brutal but effective methods. Napoleon, in Raskolnikov's eyes, did not hesitate to sacrifice countless lives, to shatter existing legal frameworks, or to wage devastating wars, all for what he believed was a higher purpose: the unification and glory of France, and the establishment of a new European order. He acted, Raskolnikov rationalizes, beyond the realm of ordinary morality and history, by largely forgiving him his transgressions in favor of his achievements, validated his right to do so. Raskolnikov sees himself in this lineage, albeit on a far smaller scale. His poverty-stricken existence, coupled with his intellectual prowess, fuels a profound resentment towards the ordinary world he feels oppressed by. He constructs a moral justification so cold and utilitarian that it sends shivers down the spine. He identifies certain individuals, like the old pawnbroker, Alyona Ivanovna, as not just ordinary, but actively parasitic, a louse, an impediment to progress, whose life is not only worthless but whose continued existence actively harms society by hoarding wealth and exploiting the vulnerable. Therefore, he concludes, her elimination would not be a crime in the conventional sense, but rather a beneficial act, a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. If her death could free up her wealth to help dozens of starving students or impoverished families, would that not be a net positive? Would that not be an act of an extraordinary man, willing to make a difficult, even repellent choice, for a superior outcome? This is the terrifying logic of the ends justify the means, taken to its most extreme and personal conclusion. He rationalizes that if he can transcend this one moral boundary, prove his exceptional nature, then he will be free to truly make his mark on the world, to rise above his squalid circumstances and become the benefactor he believes he is destined to be. For a real-world storytelling example, think of figures throughout history who have committed atrocities or undertaken immense social engineering projects under the banner of a perceived greater good. We can look at controversial political leaders who, convinced of the righteousness of their ideology, justified the suppression of dissent, the extermination of entire populations, or the waging of destructive wars, all in the name of a utopian future or national glory. Closer to fiction, but still resonating with psychological truth, consider a character like Thanos from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Thanos believes, with absolute conviction, that half of all life in the universe must be eradicated to prevent resource depletion and inevitable suffering. His actions are horrific, but from his perspective, they are a necessary, painful solution for the ultimate benefit of all sentient beings. He sees himself as a savior, a visionary, an extraordinary individual making the tough choices no one else dares to make. This fictional example brilliantly captures the chilling essence of Raskolnikov's justification, the intellectual arrogance that allows one to elevate their own judgment above universal moral precepts, believing their vision grants them the right to inflict immense suffering. Psychologically, why is this phenomenon of grandiose self-justification so dangerous? It taps into several deeply rooted human tendencies. First, there's narcissism and grandiosity, where an individual develops an inflated sense of their own importance, talent, or unique destiny. This often comes with a lack of empathy, an inability to genuinely connect with the suffering of others because they are viewed as mere tools or obstacles in the grand scheme. Second, we see cognitive dissonance at play. When a person holds two conflicting beliefs or acts in a way that contradicts their values, they experience discomfort. To alleviate this, they often rationalize their actions, constructing. He becomes less and less human in his thought processes, precisely because he has severed his ties with humanity. Loneliness doesn't just make us sad, it fundamentally alters our perception, often distorting it, magnifying our grievances, and making us more prone to extremist thinking because there's no external voice to offer alternative interpretations or gentle correction. Let us explore a real-world storytelling example to truly grasp the gravity of this. Consider historical accounts or fictional portrayals of individuals who, through extreme isolation, whether self-imposed or forced, have developed increasingly bizarre or radical beliefs. Think of hermits or cult leaders who, cut off from mainstream society, construct entire alternative realities, often leading to destructive outcomes. Imagine a brilliant scientist working in utter solitude for years on an unprecedented theory, but without peer review, without the rigorous debate of the scientific community. Their groundbreaking work veers into pseudoscience or outright delusion. The genius is there, but the lack of external validation and correction allows the brilliant mind to stray into unproductive, or even harmful, pathways. Or, in a more modern context, consider the dangers of radicalization online, where individuals immerse themselves in isolated forums and social media groups that reinforce extremist views, creating a digital echo chamber that isolates them from diverse perspectives and conventional morality, leading them down increasingly dangerous paths. The principle is the same: without the challenge of other minds, any idea, no matter how flawed, can take on the mantle of absolute truth. Psychologically, why is social isolation such a potent force for destruction? Humans are fundamentally social creatures. Our brains are wired for connection, for empathy, and for the constant, subtle feedback we receive from interacting with others. This social input helps us to regulate our emotions, to test the validity of our beliefs, and to maintain a healthy perspective on reality. When this input is absent, several detrimental processes occur. Firstly, there's the danger of confirmation bias taken to an extreme. In isolation, we only hear our own thoughts, reinforcing existing biases and making it virtually impossible to consider alternative viewpoints. Our internal monologue becomes an unchallenged authority. Secondly, empathy erodes. It is through interaction with others, through witnessing their joys and sorrows, that we cultivate and maintain our capacity for empathy. When we are isolated, others become abstract, less real, and therefore easier to categorize, dehumanize, and dismiss. Thirdly, chronic loneliness can trigger a stress response in the body, leading to increased anxiety, depression, and even physical health problems, further impairing cognitive function and making rational decision-making more difficult. Raskolnikov's genius, untempered by social interaction, becomes a destructive force precisely because it lacks the crucial grounding that human connection provides. His mind, brilliant yet untethered, constructs a terrifying, self-referential world that justifies his descent into depravity. What practical application steps can we, as listeners, derive from Raskolnikov's chilling experience of social isolation? Firstly, prioritize your social connections. Make a conscious effort to maintain and nurture relationships with friends, family, and community members. Schedule regular check-ins, even if they are brief. Understand that these connections are not mere pleasantries, they are vital for your mental health and for keeping your perspective grounded. Secondly, seek out diverse viewpoints. Don't surround yourself only with people who agree with you. Actively engage in conversations with those who hold different opinions, even if it feels uncomfortable. This helps to challenge your assumptions, broaden your understanding, and prevent the formation of intellectual echo chambers. This is particularly important in today's digital age, where algorithms see a main chapter 2, the point of no return. Welcome back, dear listener, to our continuing exploration of Fyodor Dostoevsky's monumental work, El Crimen y el Castigo, known to many as Crime and Punishment. Today, we arrive at a pivotal, indeed, a shattering moment in our protagonist Raskolnikov's journey, a point from which there can be no turning back. We delve into Chapter 4, aptly titled The Point of No Return. This chapter, in its raw, unfiltered depiction, pulls us deep into the very core concept we must confront, the execution of the crime itself, detailing the tragic and chaotic murder of the pawnbroker, Alyona Ivanovna, and, in a horrifying twist, her innocent sister, Lizaveta. Imagine, if you will, the oppressive heat of a St. Petersburg summer afternoon, not just outside, but within Raskolnikov's fevered mind. He has rehearsed this moment countless times, meticulously planning every step, every detail, convinced of his own intellectual superiority and the righteousness of his theoretical justification. Yet, as he finally crosses the threshold into the pawnbroker's apartment, the stark, brutal reality of his actions begins its relentless assault on his carefully constructed rationalizations. The air itself seems to thicken with unspoken tension, heavy with the stench of old clothes and the imminent specter of violence. His hand, once steady in theory, now trembles as he raises the axe, an instrument of destruction that feels alien and horrifyingly real in his grasp. The first blow, intended to be swift and decisive, is instead clumsy, horrifyingly visceral. The old woman, frail and unsuspecting, collapses, not with a scream, but a choked, gurgling sound that will forever haunt Raskolnikov, and by extension, us, the listeners. But the tragedy does not end there, does it? In a horrifying unforeseen consequence, Lizaveta, the kind, simple sister, returns unexpectedly. Her appearance shatters the last vestiges of Raskolnikov's control, plunging the planned, intellectualized crime into a maelstrom of desperate, chaotic improvisation. He strikes again, not with the cold calculation of a superior man enacting justice, but with the panicked, desperate frenzy of a cornered animal. This second, unplanned murder is the truly devastating blow, not just for Lizaveta, but for Raskolnikov himself. It irrevocably transforms his theoretical transgression into a grotesque, bloody reality, tearing apart the fabric of his sanity and decency. The idealized revolutionary, the extraordinary man, crumbles into a terrified, guilt-ridden killer. The carefully constructed intellectual edifice he built around his crime collapses, leaving him exposed to the chilling truth of his monstrous deed. He is no longer an observer, a theorist, or a judge, but an executioner, stained by the very blood he believed he had a right to spill. The chaos, the sheer animalistic desperation of those moments, underscore the horrifying chasm between abstract thought and the irreversible consequences of human action. Now, let's delve deeper into some key points that illuminate this terrifying chapter. First, we must acknowledge the masterful way Dostoevsky builds suspense through pacing and tone leading up to the act. It's not a sudden jump into violence, is it? No, it's a slow, agonizing crawl, designed to ensnare both Raskolnikov and the reader in an escalating spiral of dread. Think for a moment about how suspense functions in storytelling. Take, for instance, a classic thriller film, perhaps Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. Before the infamous shower scene, we spend a considerable amount of time with Marion Crane, establishing her motive, her flight, her anxieties. We see her interactions at the Bates Motel, the unsettling atmosphere, the taxidermy, the strange mother-son dynamic. The camera lingers, the music hums with an increasing unease, and every mundane action, like Marion deciding to take a shower, becomes fraught with an almost unbearable tension. We know something bad is coming, but we don't know exactly when, or how, or to what degree. The drawn-out nature of this build-up amplifies the eventual shock. Similarly, in literature, a novelist might dedicate pages to describing a character's slow walk toward a fateful encounter, detailing every tremor in their hand, every doubt plaguing their mind, every shadow stretching ominously before them. This deliberate, almost painstaking pace forces the reader to inhabit the character's anxiety, to feel the weight of their impending decision. Psychologically speaking, why does this meticulous build-up of suspense matter so profoundly? It matters because it taps into our primal human capacity for anticipation and fear. Our brains are hardwired to predict and prepare for threats. When a storyteller introduces elements of uncertainty, danger, and a slow, creeping inevitability, it activates our sympathetic nervous system. Our heart rate might subtly increase, our attention narrows, and we become acutely aware of every detail, much like an animal sensing a predator nearby. For Raskolnikov, this period leading up to the crime his plan exists in a sterile, academic vacuum, devoid of the sensory overload, the terror, the sheer physical exertion, and the moral revulsion that actual violence entails. When the axe descends, it's not merely a physical act, it's a collision between his abstract theory and the undeniable, messy, visceral truth of human suffering. The blood, the cries, the terror in the victim's eyes, these are not intellectual constructs, they are real, irreversible consequences that immediately overwhelm his detached reasoning. This gap between expectation and reality creates immense cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort experienced by a person who holds two or more contradictory beliefs, ideas, or values. Raskolnikov's internal conflict becomes immense, as his actions are now completely out of sync with his self-perception as an extraordinary, justified individual. The brutal reality forces him into an agonizing self-reckoning, stripping away his intellectual justifications and revealing the raw, ugly truth of his deed. So, how can we practically apply this understanding to our own lives? We are constantly making plans, aren't we? Whether it's a career move, a new business venture, or even a simple home renovation project, we often idealize the outcome and underestimate the unforeseen complications. Practical application steps include, firstly, the pre-mortem exercise. Before embarking on a significant plan, imagine that it has already failed. Then, work backward to identify all the potential reasons for that failure. This helps you anticipate pitfalls and build contingencies, much like a seasoned project manager. Secondly, embrace the messiness of reality. Recognize that life is rarely neat and tidy. Expect the unexpected. Develop mental flexibility and adaptability so that when your carefully laid plans inevitably encounter bumps in the road, you are not completely derailed. And thirdly, cultivate empathy and perspective taking. Before making decisions that impact others, try to genuinely consider their perspectives, their potential reactions, and the human element involved. This can help prevent the kind of dehumanization that allowed Raskolnikov to conceive of his crime in such an abstract way. By recognizing the limitations of our own idealized plans and preparing for the brutal reality of unforeseen circumstances, we can navigate our lives with greater wisdom, resilience, and a deeper understanding of the complex interplay between intention and consequence. And finally, we arrive at our third crucial point, emphasizing the immediate shift in Raskolnikov's psyche from theory to irreversible action. This is the moment the die is cast, the bridge is burned, and the point of no return is truly crossed. His identity, his very soul, is irrevocably altered the instant he commits the crime. Let's consider a powerful storytelling example. Think of a character in a spy thriller who, after years of training and psychological conditioning, is finally forced to take a human life in the line of duty. The theoretical understanding of what they might have to do is one thing, but the actual act, the pulling of the trigger, the moment of impact, the sudden silence changes them profoundly and instantly. Their innocence, whatever remained of it, is shattered. They may continue their mission, but they are no longer the same person. The weight of that single, irreversible action will forever be etched into their consciousness, manifesting as nightmares, moral torment, or a hardened cynicism. Or, on a more positive note, think of a character who makes a monumental, irreversible sacrifice for a cause or a loved one. The decision might have been agonized over, but the moment the action is taken, say, stepping in front of danger, or giving up their entire fortune, their previous life ends, and a new, transformed existence begins, defined by that one selfless act. In both cases, whether for good or ill, the psychological boundary has been crossed, and there is no going back to the person they were before. Psychologically, why does this immediate? We will see the physical and psychological toll the crime exacts, the paranoia that begins to consume him, and the desperate attempts he makes to evade detection and, perhaps more importantly, to silence the deafening roar of his own conscience. The point of no return has been reached, and the true punishment, the relentless psychological torment, has only just begun. Join me next time as we delve into the dark, labyrinthine corridors of Raskolnikov's post-crime existence, exploring the immediate fallout and the chilling whispers of guilt that echo in his mind. Main Chapter 3, The Fever of Guilt. Welcome back, dear listeners, to our continuing journey into the intricate labyrinth of Fyodor Dostoevsky's timeless masterpiece, El Crimen y el Castigo, or Crime and Punishment. We now arrive at a pivotal moment, a chapter that peels back the layers of Rodion Raskolnikov's carefully constructed intellectual facade to reveal the raw, trembling humanity beneath. This is Main Chapter 3, which we've titled The Fever of Guilt. Our deep dive today plunges headfirst into the very heart of Raskolnikov's immediate post-murder experience, his profound physical and psychological collapse. This isn't merely a moment of regret, it is a full-body, full-mind disintegration, a cataclysmic internal event that shakes him to his very core. Having executed his meticulously planned, yet horrifyingly brutal, double murder of the old pawnbroker, Alyona Ivanovna, and her innocent half-sister, Lizaveta, Raskolnikov anticipates a serene, perhaps even triumphant, clarity. He believes his extraordinary man theory, which posits that certain individuals are above conventional morality for the greater good, will protect him from the trivialities of human remorse. Yet, what he encounters instead is an immediate and overwhelming onslaught of sickness, a sickness that is both physical, manifesting as a debilitating fever, and psychological, erupting as a torrent of paranoia, delirium, and gnawing guilt. The immediate aftermath is not the liberation he envisioned, but rather an imprisonment within his own suffering consciousness. He thought he could transcend humanity, but instead, he finds himself violently brought back down to the most primal, vulnerable level of human existence, wrestling with forces far more potent than any intellectual construct he could conjure. His body rebels, his mind fragments, and the carefully erected edifice of his self-justification begins to crumble under the sheer weight of his deed. This chapter serves as a stark, visceral demonstration of the human organism's violent reaction to profound trauma and moral transgression, highlighting that some acts are simply too monstrous for the human psyche to process without breaking. Let us now explore the key facets of this harrowing collapse, beginning with the terrifying descent into paranoia and delirium that consumes Raskolnikov's waking hours and feverish dreams. Dostoevsky masterfully illustrates the state as Raskolnikov attempts to navigate the days immediately following the crime. His world shrinks to the suffocating confines of his tiny room, a space that was once a sanctuary for his grand, nihilistic theories, but now feels like a cage, or perhaps, a tomb. He lies there, tormented by a pervasive fear of discovery, a gnawing certainty that every knock on his door, every passing shadow, every distant murmur carries the ominous weight of impending revelation. His senses become painfully acute, yet simultaneously distorted. He hears every creak of the floorboards outside his door, every whisper from his landlady, every clang of a distant bell, interpreting each sound as a direct threat, a signal that the authorities are closing in. His mind, already weakened by starvation and emotional strain, spirals into a feverish delirium, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. He experiences vivid, terrifying dreams that are indistinguishable from waking nightmares, populated by distorted faces and accusatory figures. The outside world, which he previously disdained, now seems to press in on him from all sides, a menacing, watchful entity. He is convinced that everyone he encounters, from his landlady to the police clerk, from passers-by on the street to the very air he breathes, knows his secret, scrutinizes him with suspicion, and plots his downfall. This isn't just anxiety, it's a complete erosion of his mental faculties, a terrifying plunge into a state where his own thoughts betray him, and his grip on reality is tenuous at best. To grasp the full impact of such a state, consider the character of Joseph K. in Franz Kafka's The Trial. Joseph K., arrested for an unknown C. Raskolnikov's fever is a clear sign. In our lives, persistent fatigue, sleep disturbances, changes in appetite, or chronic tension can be indicators of unmanaged stress. Practical step 2 is to pay attention to your body's signals and not dismiss them as mere physical ailments. Consider their potential psychological roots. Thirdly, cultivate healthy coping mechanisms before stress reaches critical levels. Instead of isolating himself, Raskolnikov needed connection and confession. For us, this means building strong support networks, engaging in mindfulness or meditation practices to ground ourselves, ensuring adequate sleep, nutrition, and physical activity, and developing strategies for problem solving rather than avoidance. Practical step 3 involves actively seeking support from trusted friends, family, or professionals when you feel overwhelmed, understanding that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. Learning to articulate your anxieties can diffuse their power, preventing them from escalating into the terrifying, isolating paranoia Raskolnikov endures. Moving on, let's consider the second profound aspect of Raskolnikov's collapse, how the human conscience violently reacts to profound trauma, an element that Dostoevsky portrays with relentless intensity. Raskolnikov, despite his intellectual bravado, quickly discovers that his conscience is far from dormant. It is a raging inferno within him. The act of murder, which he rationalized as a necessary step for an extraordinary man, has instead ignited a devastating moral torment. He is plagued not just by fear of exposure, but by an internal revulsion, a deep-seated feeling of defilement. His carefully constructed theory crumbles under the weight of an inescapable truth: he is a human being, and his humanity recoils violently from the atrocity he committed. He is tormented by the memory of the victims, the blood, the sheer brutality of his actions. He doesn't merely feel bad, he feels morally poisoned, cut off from the rest of humanity, deserving of punishment not just by law, but by his own agonizing self-condemnation. This is the conscience asserting itself, not as a gentle whisper, but as a violent scream that shatters his peace. He finds no glory, no liberation, only an overwhelming sense of guilt that makes every moment a torturous experience. The weight of his deed becomes an unbearable burden, demonstrating that the human psyche, despite intellectual attempts to override it, possesses an innate moral compass that, when violated, can unleash immense suffering. Think, for a moment, of the character Lady Macbeth from Shakespeare's Macbeth. Initially, she appears to be the stronger, more ruthless of the two, urging her husband to commit regicide and dismissing his moral qualms with chilling resolve. "A little water clears us of this deed," she famously declares, believing that the act can be washed away, both literally and figuratively, with ease. She embraces the darkness, suppressing any hint of conscience to achieve power. Yet, as the play progresses, it is Lady Macbeth, not her husband, who succumbs entirely to the torment of her conscience. She is unable to sleep, haunted by nightmares, and eventually descends into madness, famously attempting to wash away imaginary bloodstains from her hands, repeating, "Out, damned spot! Out, I say." Her physical and mental deterioration is a direct result of her profound guilt and the violation of her own moral code, even one she initially tried to deny. Despite her intellectual and emotional strength in the beginning, her human conscience ultimately violently reacts to the trauma she inflicted and instigated, illustrating that no amount of will or ambition can permanently silence the internal judge within. Her suffering, like Raskolnikov's, is a powerful testament to the destructive force of unacknowledged guilt and the enduring power of the human conscience. Psychologically speaking, the violent reaction of Raskolnikov's conscience to profound trauma is critically important because it reveals the fundamental wiring. The intellectual justification he held so dear offers him no solace, no protection from the emotional and physical consequences. He cannot bear the burden of his actions with stoic indifference. He is, in fact, crushed by it. This immediate collapse reveals the profound flaw in his theory. It failed to account for the inherent, undeniable humanity of the individual, the very conscience and emotional capacity that makes us human. He wanted to be above men, but finds himself more intensely human, more painfully vulnerable, than ever before. The theory, which seemed so impregnable in the abstract, shatters upon contact with the brutal reality of a human life taken. For a storytelling example that mirrors this dismantling of a grand theory, consider the tragic figure of Dr. Victor Frankenstein in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Driven by an audacious scientific theory and a desire to usurp the powers of creation, Frankenstein believes he can fashion a new species, a being superior to humans, and thereby overcome death itself. He meticulously constructs his creature, pouring all his intellect and ambition into the endeavor. He imagines himself as a godlike figure, a pioneer of a new scientific era. However, the moment his creation comes to life, his grand theory collapses into horror. He is not met with gratitude or admiration, but with revulsion at the creature's appearance and an overwhelming sense of guilt for unleashing such a being upon the world. He immediately abandons his creation, demonstrating his utter inability to bear the responsibility of his godlike act. His theory of scientific triumph and superior creation crumbles, replaced by fear, guilt, and the crushing realization of his hubris. Like Raskolnikov, Frankenstein believed he could transcend human limitations and moral boundaries, only to discover that his humanity, and his conscience, violently recoiled from the practical consequences of his theoretical ambition. Both characters highlight the brutal collision between abstract, often arrogant, theories and the messy, unforgiving reality of human experience and ethical responsibility. From a psychological standpoint, the cracking of Raskolnikov's extraordinary man theory is profoundly significant because it exposes the immense psychological danger of intellectual arrogance and self-deception. His theory was a desperate attempt to create a rational framework that would allow him to bypass the deeply ingrained moral and emotional responses inherent in human beings. It was an intellectual escape hatch from the messy realities of empathy, guilt, and the fundamental human need for connection and belonging. Psychologically, this theory offered him a false sense of superiority and control, allowing him to view himself as an exception to universal laws. However, the brain, as we've discussed, is not merely a logical processor, it is a complex organ deeply intertwined with emotions, social instincts, and moral sensibilities. When Raskolnikov attempts to force his actions through the narrow lens of his theory, his entire psychological system rebels. The cracks reveal that ego, no matter how grand, cannot perpetually shield one from the internal consequences of profound moral transgression. It underscores the limitations of purely intellectual constructs when they divorce themselves from the comprehensive reality of human experience. His breakdown is a powerful testament to the fact that denying fundamental aspects of one's humanity, such as conscience and empathy, ultimately leads to self-destruction rather than transcendence. His suffering proves that true strength does not lie in transcending human nature, but in grappling with its complexities, including its moral demands. For us, practical application steps derived from witnessing the collapse of Raskolnikov's extraordinary man theory emphasize the importance of humility, critical self-assessment, and anchoring our beliefs in reality rather than abstract, potentially dangerous ideologies. First, cultivate intellectual humility. Raskolnikov's downfall began w.i. Main Chapter 4, The Cat and Mouse Game. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to another profound exploration into the labyrinthine corridors of Fyodor Dostoevsky's masterful novel, El Crimen y el Castigo, or Crime and Punishment. Today, we arrive at a pivotal moment, a chapter that shifts the entire dynamic of our story, transforming it from an internal monologue of guilt and torment into an electrifying external confrontation. We are stepping into Chapter 6, often referred to as Main Chapter 4, and the thrilling, terrifying cat and mouse game begins in earnest. Our focus for this session is a deep dive into one of the most brilliant characters in all of literature, a figure whose methods and psychology continue to fascinate scholars and readers alike, Porfiry Petrovich. He is not just another detective, he is an architect of psychological warfare, a master manipulator of the human mind who prefers the scalpel of subtle interrogation to the bludgeon of brute force. What makes Porfiry so utterly compelling, and indeed, so terrifyingly effective? Porfiry Petrovich, the examining magistrate, enters the narrative not with a dramatic flourish or an imposing uniform, but with an almost disarmingly casual air, a seemingly jovial and somewhat eccentric demeanor. Yet, beneath this veneer lies an intellect as sharp as any razor and an intuitive understanding of human nature that borders on the clairvoyant. He represents a new kind of justice, one that understands that the deepest truths are often revealed not through physical evidence, which can be forged or misinterpreted, but through the cracks and fissures in a person's psyche. He doesn't chase footprints in the mud, he hunts for shadows in the soul. Think about the traditional detective archetype. We often envision a gruff, hardened individual sifting through clues, meticulously piecing together fragments of physical evidence, fingerprints, witness testimonies, alibis. These are the tools of conventional investigation, and while certainly effective, they are external. Porfiry, however, operates on an entirely different plane. His primary investigative tool is psychology. He isn't looking for the murder weapon, he's observing the twitch in an eye, listening for the tremor in a voice, discerning the unspoken anxieties that bubble beneath a carefully constructed facade. He understands that a guilty conscience is often the most eloquent witness, and that the internal torment of a secret can be more revealing than any confession coerced under duress. What makes his approach so chillingly effective against a character like Raskolnikov? Raskolnikov, as we know, prides himself on his intellectual superiority, his philosophical justification for his heinous act. He believes he can outthink anyone, especially the mundane apparatus of the law. But Porfiry doesn't engage him on the battlefield of logic or evidence. Instead, he invites Raskolnikov into a game of wits, a psychological chess match where the board is Raskolnikov's own mind, and the pieces are his escalating paranoia and inescapable guilt. Porfiry doesn't need to prove Raskolnikov's guilt, he needs Raskolnikov to prove it to himself, and in doing so, reveal it to Porfiry. It's a subtle, almost invisible form of torture, designed to slowly, relentlessly erode the foundations of Raskolnikov's carefully constructed denial. Porfiry's brilliance lies in his patience, his profound understanding of how guilt, like a corrosive acid, works from within. He knows that external pressure can make a person clam up, but internal pressure, left to fester, will eventually force a rupture. He sets traps not with ropes and nets, but with words, with glances, with silences that speak volumes. He poses questions that seem innocuous, almost conversational, yet they circle closer and closer to the raw nerve of Raskolnikov's secret. He doesn't accuse, he merely observes, subtly nudging Raskolnikov towards self-incrimination. He is a master of inference, reading between the lines of what is said, and more importantly, what is left unsaid. So, Porfiry Petrovich is much more than a character, he is a force. He is the embodiment of an intuitive, psychological justice that seeks to not just punish the criminal, but to bring the soul to account. He forces Raskolnikov, and by extension, us, to confront the idea that there is an internal court, a judge within each of us, whose verdict is often more powerful and more inescapable than any delivered by a human jury. He understands that the truly brilliant criminal will have accounted for external evidence, but few can withstand the onslaught of their own unraveling mind. This deep dive into Porfiry is crucial because he transforms the story from a simple crime narrative into a profound psychological drama, asking us, as listeners, to consider the true nature of guilt, justice, and the inescapable consequences of our actions, even when seemingly unseen. Now, let us delve deeper into the key points of this electrifying chapter, unraveling the intricate threads of the psychological drama that unfolds before us. Our first key point focuses on analyzing the thrilling psychological duel between Raskolnikov and Porfiry. Can you feel the tension already? Imagine yourself in that cramped, stuffy room, the air thick with unspoken accusations and desperate denials. The duel forces Raskolnikov to confront the hollowness of his own philosophical justifications, shaking the very foundations of his ego. It's a reminder that even the most elaborate intellectual constructs can crumble under the weight of an inescapable, intuitive truth. For us, as listeners, how can we apply these insights in a practical way? Firstly, develop your powers of observation. In your own interactions, try to look beyond the spoken words. What is the other person's body language telling you? Are their words consistent with their tone, their gestures, their eye contact? Becoming a more astute observer can help you understand underlying motives, unstated feelings, and detect when someone might be genuinely uncomfortable or disingenuous. Secondly, consider your own reactions under pressure. When you feel cornered or anxious, are you aware of your own tells? Do your hands clench? Does your voice rise? Do you stammer? Understanding how stress manifests physically in yourself can help you manage these responses more effectively, allowing you to maintain composure in challenging situations. Conversely, recognizing these signs in others can offer valuable insight into their true state of mind, helping you navigate complex conversations more effectively. This isn't about becoming a master manipulator, but about fostering deeper empathy and understanding in your human connections, discerning truth from appearance, and recognizing the profound impact of internal conflict. Moving to our second key point, we explore the concept of self-incrimination through inescapable guilt. This is perhaps one of the most profound and unsettling themes that Porfiry embodies. He understands that he doesn't need physical evidence as much as he needs Raskolnikov's own conscience to turn against him. For Porfiry, guilt is not merely an emotion, it is a corrosive internal force, an invisible prosecutor that will eventually wear down even the strongest defenses. Imagine living with a secret so monstrous, so utterly antithetical to your perceived identity, that every waking moment is permeated with the fear of exposure. Every knock at the door, every unfamiliar face, every casual question becomes a potential threat. The mind, instead of being a sanctuary, transforms into a prison, relentlessly replaying the crime, rehearsing justifications, and anticipating accusations. Porphyry comprehends this psychological burden perfectly. He knows that the weight of an unconfessed sin is far heavier than any chains, and that this internal pressure, over time, will inevitably force a confession, whether explicit or through a desperate, self-betraying act. He is playing the long game, patiently waiting for Raskolnikov's own guilt to do his work for him. The brilliance here is that Porphyry doesn't need to break Raskolnikov physically, he merely needs to wait for Raskolnikov to break himself, shattered by the inexorable power of his own conscience. For a powerful real-world storytelling example of self-incrimination through inescapable guilt, we need look no further than Edgar Allan Poe's chilling short story, The Telltale Heart. In this classic tale, the unnamed narrator murders an old man because of his vulture eye. He meticulously plans and executes the murder, believing he has committed the perfect crime, disposing of the body beneath the floorboards. When the police arrive, alerted by a neighbor, the narrator welcomes them with feigned confidence, leading them on a tour of the house, even inviting them to sit in the very room where the crime was committed, directly above the corpse. He believes he is in control, smug in his cleverness. However, as he talks, he begins to hear a faint, rhythmic thumping sound, which grows louder and louder in his ears. He believes it is the beating heart of the old man, echoing from beneath the floorboards. The police, of course, hear nothing. But the narrator's guilt, his profound psychological torment, projects this imagined sound, until the incessant thumping drives him to a frenzy. Unable to bear the unbearable a cold sweat breaks out on his brow, mingling with the feverish heat. His vision might narrow, the faces around him blurring, the sound of his own blood rushing in his ears drowning out Porphyry's calm voice. He feels trapped, suffocated, as if the walls are slowly closing in. Raskolnikov's internal state during these encounters is a terrifying roller coaster. One moment, he might experience a surge of defiant arrogance, believing he can still outsmart Porphyry. The next, he's plunged into abject terror, convinced he's been found out, his mind racing to construct an escape plan. There are flashes of irrational rage, moments of near collapse where his body betrays him, trembling uncontrollably, almost giving way. And then, there's the agonizing calculation, the desperate attempt to sift through Porphyry's words, searching for a hidden meaning, a trap, a weakness, all while battling his own feverish delirium. He is constantly on the brink, his sanity tenuously tethered, threatening to unravel with each probing glance from Porphyry. The master stroke of Porfiry is his control. He tightens the noose slowly, agonizingly, allowing Raskolnikov to taste the bitter certainty of exposure, then just as quickly, he loosens it slightly, offering a moment of reprieve, a false sense of safety, only to pull it taut again. This psychological torture, this relentless push and pull, is far more effective than any physical threat, because it utterly destroys Raskolnikov's internal peace, denying him even the solace of certainty. The friendly tone Porfiry often adopts is especially chilling, a velvet glove concealing an iron fist. For a potent storytelling example that evokes this suffocating tension, consider a scene from a high-stakes poker game, where one player holds a weak hand but is bluffing with all their might, while another player across the table, with an unreadable expression, slowly raises the stakes, seemingly knowing the truth. The bluffing player's heart pounds, their palms sweat, every muscle is tense, their mind races, trying to interpret every micro-expression, every subtle shift in the opponent's posture. They know that one wrong move, one moment of weakness, could expose their lie and cost them everything. The air in the room becomes thick with unspoken knowledge and desperate pretense. The tension comes not from overt action, but from the invisible battle of wills, the mental pressure, and the terrifying proximity of exposure. Or think of a spy thriller where an agent, operating deep undercover, is interrogated. Every question is innocuous, but the agent knows the interrogator is probing for the slightest inconsistency, the smallest tell. The agent must maintain absolute composure, every muscle controlled, every word carefully chosen, even as their internal world is screaming with terror and the realization that one wrong slip means capture and likely death. The suffocating tension is a direct result of the immense stakes and the meticulous, almost surgical, pressure applied by the interrogator. Psychologically, why is this kind of tension so profoundly impactful on us? It activates our primal fight or flight response. Even though we are merely listeners, our empathetic brains place us in Raskolnikov's shoes, triggering a physiological response. Our own hearts may race, our breathing may quicken. This visceral connection makes the narrative incredibly immersive. It demonstrates how psychological pressure, especially when it targets our deepest fears of judgment and exposure, can be profoundly disorienting and incapacitating. It highlights the fragility of human composure under extreme stress. Our ability to think clearly, to reason logically, to maintain a facade, all can crumble when we feel truly threatened, truly seen, truly on the verge of being found out. This tension also illustrates how fear can distort reality. For Raskolnikov, Porfiry's seemingly innocent actions are amplified into menacing gestures, his casual questions into direct accusations. The world around him becomes a hostile, accusatory environment. Reflect. Main Chapter 5, The Contrast of Suffering. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 7, a pivotal moment in our exploration of Dostoevsky's profound masterpiece, El Crimen y el Castigo, or Crime and Punishment. Today, we delve into a chapter we've titled The Contrast of Suffering, an introduction to one of literature's most enduring figures, Sonia Marmeladova. She arrives in our narrative not just as a character, but as a potent symbol, representing selfless suffering, an unwavering faith, and the radiant possibility of grace even in the darkest corners of human experience. Sonia, as we shall discover, embodies a stark antithesis to Raskolnikov's tormented, self-imposed isolation. She is, in essence, the novel's moral compass, a beacon of light against the backdrop of St. Petersburg's grimy, suffocating poverty and Raskolnikov's intellectual hubris. Who is this young woman, we might ask? She is the stepdaughter of Marmeladov, the drunken clerk whose tragic story we've already encountered. Circumstance, cruel and unrelenting, has forced her into prostitution, a path of profound degradation in the eyes of society. Yet, despite her outwardly disgraced status, Sonia possesses an inner luminosity, a spiritual purity that remains untainted. Her suffering is not sought out, nor is it a product of pride or self-aggrandizement. It is a sacrifice, born out of necessity and a boundless, unconditional love for her impoverished family, her ailing stepmother, Katerina Ivanovna, and her starving younger siblings. Her faith, simple yet profound, is her anchor. In a world that offers her only despair and judgment, Sonia clings to her belief in God, finding solace and strength in the scriptures, particularly the story of Lazarus, which will become a powerful motif in her relationship with Raskolnikov. This isn't a performative faith, it is an intrinsic part of her being, a wellspring of resilience that allows her to endure unimaginable hardship without succumbing to bitterness or cynicism. This steadfast devotion, this unwavering trust in a higher power, distinguishes her dramatically from Raskolnikov, who has, in his intellectual arrogance, cast aside such traditional comforts. And what of the possibility of grace? Sonia, through her very existence, offers Raskolnikov, and indeed, the reader, a profound understanding of what grace truly means. It is not something earned through perfect conduct or intellectual superiority, but something freely given, often found in the most unexpected and seemingly impure places. Her capacity for forgiveness, her boundless empathy, her unconditional love even for those who exploit or judge her, all these facets coalesce to present a pathway to redemption, not just for Raskolnikov, but for anyone lost in the labyrinth of their own making. She embodies the radical idea that one's outward circumstances do not define the purity of one's soul, and that true spiritual wealth can reside where society least expects it. Sonia's presence in the narrative opens up the critical question: can suffering, when embraced with love and faith, lead to spiritual transcendence, rather than just psychological decay? This is the profound inquiry we begin to explore with her introduction. Now, let us turn our attention to the first key point, a detailed examination of the stark contrast between Sonia's pure, sacrificial suffering and Raskolnikov's self-inflicted misery. This contrast is not merely a literary device, it's a theological and psychological argument unfolding before our very eyes. Sonia's suffering, as we've noted, is born of external circumstances. She is compelled into prostitution to prevent her family from succumbing to starvation. It is a suffering she embraces with profound humility and an almost heartbreaking dignity. There is no self-pity, no resentment, only a quiet, resolute determination to shoulder this immense burden for the sake of her loved ones. She internalizes the shame, yes, but she does not let it corrupt her inner spirit. Her purity, her spiritual core, remains intact, radiating outward despite the squalor of her existence and the nature of her profession. She sees herself as a sinner, yes, in the eyes of God and man, but paradoxically, this awareness allows her to remain humble and open to grace. Her suffering is outward directed, it is a shield she places between her family and their destitution, and in doing so, she experiences a strange, enduring. So, how can we apply this understanding in our own lives? What practical steps can we take? First, we must learn to identify the true source of our suffering. Is it truly external, imposed by circumstances beyond our control, and do we respond with resilience and an outward focus? Or is it internal, a result of choices driven by ego, pride, or a misguided pursuit of personal gain? This self-awareness is the crucial first step. Secondly, we must differentiate between meaningful sacrifice and self-destructive patterns. Sonia's sacrifice is meaningful because it protects her family, it has a clear, benevolent purpose. Self-destructive patterns, on the other hand, often stem from unresolved trauma or a lack of self-worth and serve no greater good. Thirdly, we can actively cultivate empathy. This means making a conscious effort to understand others' perspectives, to listen actively, and to respond with compassion. Even small acts of kindness can shift our focus from internal struggles to external connection, fostering a sense of purpose and reducing the corrosive power of self-absorption. By choosing to alleviate the suffering of others, even in minor ways, we can begin to find our own path towards resilience and inner peace, much like Sonia, who, despite her own immense pain, never ceases to care for those around her. This shift in perspective, from self-centeredness to other-centeredness, can be profoundly transformative. Moving on to our second key point, we explore the profound and challenging theme of sacrificing oneself for the sake of loved ones. This theme is not merely present in Sonia, it defines her entire being. She makes the ultimate sacrifice, literally selling her body, her dignity, and her social standing, to ensure the survival of her impoverished stepmother and step-siblings. This isn't a metaphorical sacrifice, it's a stark, brutal reality. She endures not only the physical hardship and the moral compromise of her profession, but also the immense emotional and social ostracism that comes with it. She is an outcast, condemned by society, yet within the pages of Dostoevsky's novel, her spirit is elevated, not diminished. What Dostoevsky achieves here is a radical challenge to conventional morality. He doesn't glorify prostitution, far from it. He depicts its squalor, its indignity, and the profound shame it imposes. However, he simultaneously elevates Sonia's spirit, demonstrating that true purity, true spiritual nobility, can reside in the most unexpected and outwardly impure places. Her actions are not born of vice or depravity, but of the purest form of love, unconditional, self-abnegating love. This theme forces us to look beyond superficial judgments and consider the deeper motivations of human action. It asks us to question whether societal condemnation always aligns with true moral worth. Sonia's sacrifice is a testament to a love so profound that it transcends societal judgment, a love that sees beyond personal suffering to the greater good of those she cherishes. It's a love that is willing to bear the unbearable, to endure the unendurable, for the simple, desperate hope of keeping her family alive. Is there any greater act of devotion, we might ask, than to willingly embrace personal degradation for the survival and well-being of others? To illustrate this, let's consider a real-world storytelling example that resonates deeply with this theme. Think of a family caregiver, perhaps a daughter or son, who puts their own life on hold, their career aspirations, their social life, their personal relationships to care for an elderly parent suffering from a debilitating illness like Alzheimer's. This caregiver might face immense financial strain, emotional exhaustion, social isolation, and the constant grief of watching a loved one decline. They might forego their dreams, postpone their own plans for years, all out of a deep, unwavering love and sense of responsibility. Society might not recognize their sacrifice with parades or accolades, yet their actions are profoundly selfless. Their profession in this: he perceives her as someone who understands suffering, perhaps even greater suffering than his own, and yet, crucially, maintains a moral compass, a connection to something higher. He is a drowning man, subconsciously reaching for a lifeline, even as his conscious mind tries to dissect and deny its existence. His visits are not a swift surrender but a gradual process of intellectual sparring, emotional observation, and a slow, almost imperceptible yielding of his rigid defenses. The most iconic moment in this burgeoning relationship, and arguably one of the most powerful scenes in all of literature, occurs when Raskolnikov compels Sonia to read him the story of Lazarus from the Bible. This is far more than a simple request. It is a profound, multifaceted act. On one level, it's a test for Sonia. Will her faith falter under his cynical gaze? Will she reveal herself to be a hypocrite? On another level, it is a desperate, almost subconscious cry for help from Raskolnikov himself. He is fascinated by the idea of resurrection, by the possibility of new life after death, even as he intellectually scoffs at it. He is spiritually dead, entombed by his guilt and isolation, and this story, read by this particular woman, speaks to his deepest, unacknowledged yearning for rebirth. It is an act of profound vulnerability on his part, thinly veiled by his usual intellectual bravado. He wants to believe, perhaps, that even he, a murderer, can be raised from the dead, just as Lazarus was. The raw emotion, the shared intimacy of that reading, marks the true turning point, the moment where Raskolnikov truly begins to open himself, however reluctantly, to Sonia's unique form of spiritual guidance. It is the beginning of his slow and agonizing path towards confession and, ultimately, redemption. Let's contextualize this with a real-world storytelling example. Imagine a troubled individual, perhaps someone struggling with addiction or profound guilt over past mistakes, who has isolated themselves from everyone. They've tried to intellectually justify their actions, to convince themselves they're beyond help, beyond redemption. Yet, deep down, a flicker of hope remains. They might seek out an unexpected confidant, not a therapist or a religious leader initially, but perhaps an elderly, wise neighbor who has endured immense hardship with grace, or a former mentor who lives a simple, compassionate life. The troubled person might not go to confess immediately. Instead, they might visit under the guise of casual conversation, subtly probing, asking abstract questions about morality or suffering. They might challenge the confidant's perspective, trying to find a flaw, a reason to dismiss their wisdom. But slowly, through the simple act of listening to this person's unassuming wisdom, their steady compassion, or their unwavering faith, the troubled individual begins to let down their guard. The quiet presence, the non-judgmental empathy of the confidant, creates a safe space, prompting the first hesitant steps towards unburdening their soul, towards admitting their despair, and perhaps, eventually, seeking forgiveness or a path to healing. It's a process, not an event, much like Raskolnikov's initial interactions with Sonia. Psychologically, the human need for connection and understanding, especially in times of profound crisis, is paramount. Raskolnikov, despite his attempts to sever all human ties, cannot entirely escape this fundamental need. Sonia, with her deep well of empathy and her non-judgmental presence, becomes the only person capable of facilitating this connection. Empathy, in this context, is not merely feeling sorry for someone, it's the ability to truly understand and share the feelings of another. Sonia doesn't lecture Raskolnikov, she simply sees him, and in that seeing, offers a form of acceptance that he has denied himself and been denied by others. This creates a safe space for vulnerability, a crucial element in any healing process. When we feel truly heard and understood, without judgment, it allows us to externalize our Main Chapter 6, The Mirrors of Society. Welcome back, dear listener, to our ongoing exploration of Fyodor Dostoevsky's monumental work, Crime and Punishment. In our previous chapters, we delved deep into the tormented psyche of Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, his theoretical justifications, and the agonizing aftermath of his heinous act. Today, we embark on a journey into a crucial aspect of Dostoevsky's narrative genius, the use of secondary characters not merely as supporting players, but as profound, often unsettling, reflections of our protagonist's own potential paths. This chapter, The Mirrors of Society, will illuminate how figures like Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov and Peter Petrovich Luzhin stand as dark, distorted mirrors, showing Raskolnikov, and by extension, us, what he could become, or perhaps, what he already embodies in nascent form. Have you ever stopped to consider how much of ourselves we see reflected in the people we encounter, sometimes subtly, sometimes glaringly? Dostoevsky masterfully employs this human truth, crafting characters who are not just individuals in their own right, but also exaggerated, cautionary versions of Raskolnikov's internal struggles. They are extreme manifestations of the very ideas and temptations that swirl within his troubled mind. They serve as potent reminders that our choices, our philosophies, and our moral compass are constantly being shaped, tested, and revealed through our interactions and the examples, both positive and negative, that surround us. Let us first turn our gaze towards the enigmatic and deeply disturbing figure of Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov. He bursts onto the scene as a specter from Dounia's past, a man whose reputation precedes him with tales of debauchery, cruelty, and an almost chilling moral indifference. But Svidrigailov is far more than just a villain in the conventional sense. For Raskolnikov, he represents the ultimate, terrifying endpoint of his own theory, stripped bare of any pretense of noble intent or intellectual justification. Svidrigailov embodies a nihilism so profound, so utterly pervasive, that it devours not only moral boundaries but also any semblance of genuine human connection or purpose. Consider Svidrigailov's dark nihilism. He lives a life devoid of consequence, seemingly untouched by guilt or remorse, despite his documented history of exploiting young women, and the pervasive rumors surrounding the suspicious death of his wife, Marfa Petrovna. He acknowledges his own depravity with a certain detached amusement, a weariness rather than regret. He speaks of eternity as a bathhouse, full of spiders, a horrifying vision of mundane, petty torment rather than divine judgment or heavenly bliss. This vision, this utter lack of fear or hope beyond the grave, is the bedrock of his nihilism. He sees no inherent meaning in life, no ultimate good or evil, only transient pleasures and the avoidance of discomfort. Now, juxtapose this with Raskolnikov's lingering conscience. Raskolnikov, for all his intellectual bravado and his extraordinary man theory, is absolutely crippled by guilt. He hallucinates, he falls into fevers, he isolates himself, he yearns for confession, and he is perpetually tormented by the blood on his hands. His philosophical experiment, designed to liberate him from conventional morality, instead plunges him into an inferno of psychological suffering. He believed he could transcend humanity, but his humanity, his deeply ingrained moral sense, fights back with a vengeance. Svidrigailov, conversely, seems to have successfully quelled that internal rebellion. He is Raskolnikov's shadow self, the version of Raskolnikov who might have become if he had truly embraced his theory without reservation, if his compassion and humanity had been utterly extinguished. Svidrigailov demonstrates what happens when the intellectual justification for transgression is no longer a philosophical exercise but a lived reality, a habituated state of being where all moral checks have dissolved. He represents the path where the extraordinary man finds himself not on a pe. Now, let us shift our gaze from the abyss of nihilism to the calculating shallows of self-interest, embodied by Peter Petrovich Luzhin. If Svidrigailov is the chilling prospect of a life lived without moral bounds, Luzhin is the equally disturbing mirror reflecting Raskolnikov's calculating and self-serving tendencies, albeit on a far more mundane and materialistic plane. He is the personification of petty vanity, avarice, and a deeply ingrained hypocrisy. Luzhin enters the narrative as Dounia's fiancé, a man of some social standing and ambition, a bureaucrat climbing the ladder of respectability. His selfish, calculating nature is immediately apparent. He views marriage not as a union of souls but as a strategic business arrangement. He explicitly desires a wife who is intelligent, beautiful, and educated, yet crucially, one who has suffered poverty, so that she will be perpetually grateful for his generosity and therefore subservient to his will. He craves not genuine affection, but absolute control and constant adulation. His proposal to Dounia is less an offer of love and companionship and more a contractual agreement for his own aggrandizement. His actions consistently betray this self-serving core. He arrives in St. Petersburg with inflated expectations, only to feel slighted and humiliated by Raskolnikov's initial rude reception. This bruised ego fuels a vindictive desire for revenge, leading him to deliberately spread malicious rumors about Raskolnikov and, most heinously, to orchestrate the false accusation against Sonia. His intent is not merely to discredit Raskolnikov, but to completely destroy Sonia's reputation, believing this will secure Dounia's loyalty and admiration. He is a manipulator, a schemer, whose every interaction is carefully calculated for maximum personal benefit, whether it be social standing, financial gain, or emotional leverage. He represents the ugliness of utilitarianism when applied solely to one's own narrow interests, devoid of any genuine compassion or empathy. How does this reflect Raskolnikov? Raskolnikov, in his own way, is also a calculating individual. His crime is born not of passion, but of a meticulous, albeit twisted, intellectual calculation. He plans every detail, from the pawnbroker's schedule to the weapon, to the escape route. He weighs the worth of an old, useless pawnbroker against the potential good he could do with her money, a cold, utilitarian logic. While Raskolnikov's calculations are grander, fueled by a dangerous philosophical theory about extraordinary men, Luzhin's are petty, driven by personal gain, social climbing, and a desire to control others. Yet, the underlying mechanism is similar, the instrumentalization of others for one's own ends. Raskolnikov uses the pawnbroker as a means to his theoretical revolution, Luzhin uses Dounia and Sonia as means to his social and emotional security. Both operate under a chilling premise that certain individuals can be sacrificed or manipulated for a perceived greater benefit, whether it's a theoretical humanity or a personal vanity. Luzhin, in his superficiality and pettiness, highlights the sheer banality of evil that can arise from such calculating self-interest, demonstrating that one doesn't need to commit murder to be morally bankrupt. He is the ordinary man corrupted by the very calculations Raskolnikov believes only the extraordinary can master. To make this more concrete, let's consider a real-world storytelling example. Picture a character in a family drama, say a sibling named Mark, who grew up feeling overlooked. As an adult, Mark dedicates his life to accumulating wealth and social status, not for genuine enjoyment, but to prove his worth and control those around him. He strategically marries a wealthy partner, not out of love, but because it elevates his standing. He regularly helps his struggling parents or siblings, but always with strings attached, subtly reminding them of their dependence on him, leveraging their gratitude to secure their unquestioning loyalty. He fabricates stories to under. Raskolnikov is horrified by Svidrigailov, yet he also recognizes a dark kinship, a shared intellectual audacity in transgressing societal norms. This uncomfortable recognition is a powerful influence, a stark warning. It compels Raskolnikov to subconsciously question whether his own intellectual rebellion leads merely to a different kind of emptiness, perhaps even more terrifying than the crime itself. Similarly, Luzhin's petty malice and self-serving calculations represent the everyday corruption of humanity that Raskolnikov initially despises. Raskolnikov believes his crime is grand, philosophical, aiming for a higher good. Luzhin's actions are small, mean-spirited, and entirely for his own base comfort. Yet, Luzhin reveals a truth Raskolnikov struggles with, that even grand theories can be corrupted by self-interest, and that calculating humanity's worth can lead to monstrous outcomes, whether it's the murder of an old woman or the calculated destruction of a young woman's reputation. Luzhin embodies the very hypocrisy and moral decay that Raskolnikov wishes to eradicate, yet in his own actions, Raskolnikov dangerously mirrors Luzhin's willingness to use others for his own perceived benefit. Psychologically, our environment profoundly impacts our moral development. This is not to say we are mere puppets of our surroundings, but rather that our moral compass is continually being calibrated by the examples we observe, the norms we internalize, and the consequences we witness. When we are exposed to consistent moral exemplars, individuals who act with integrity, compassion, and selflessness, we are more likely to develop those traits ourselves. Conversely, when we are surrounded by cynicism, opportunism, or outright malice, we risk normalizing such behaviors, slowly eroding our own ethical boundaries. This is the concept of moral contagion or social learning. We learn not only from direct instruction but also through observation and imitation. Dostoevsky uses Svidrigailov and Luzhin as moral warnings. They are exaggerated caricatures precisely because they need to be clear and undeniable in their villainy to influence Raskolnikov's wavering moral compass. Their stories are cautionary tales, showing the reader the logical conclusion of certain destructive philosophies or character flaws. They serve as externalizations of Raskolnikov's internal battle, making the abstract conflict of good versus evil palpable and intensely personal. What are the practical applications of this profound lesson for our own lives? Firstly, be extremely discerning about the company you keep and the influences you permit into your intellectual and emotional space. This doesn't mean isolating yourself from anyone who doesn't perfectly align with your values, but rather consciously choosing to surround yourself with individuals who uplift you, challenge you constructively, and exemplify the moral qualities you aspire to. Are your friends encouraging your best self, or enabling your worst tendencies? Are the media you consume promoting critical thought and empathy, or cynicism and division? These seemingly small choices accumulate over time to shape who we become. Secondly, actively seek out and internalize moral exemplars. These could be historical figures, mentors, or even characters in literature who embody integrity, courage, and compassion. By studying their lives and principles, we build a robust internal framework that can guide us when faced with difficult choices. These exemplars provide alternative narratives to the seductive, but ultimately destructive, paths represented by figures like Svidrigailov and Luzhin. They remind us that there is indeed a better way, a path towards genuine human flourishing. Thirdly, cultivate critical self-awareness regarding your own biases and vulnerabilities. Are there aspects of Svidrigailov's nihilism or Luzhin's calculating self-interest that resonate, even subtly, within your own tendencies? Perhaps a quiet cynicism, a momentary thought of manipulating a situation for personal gain, or a fleeting. Main Chapter 7, The Breaking Point. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to a pivotal moment in our exploration of Fyodor Dostoevsky's profound masterpiece, Crime and Punishment. Today, we delve into Chapter 9, which we've titled, The Breaking Point. This is not merely another chapter in the narrative, it is the absolute climax of Rodion Raskolnikov's harrowing internal struggle, the agonizing crucible that ultimately forces his dramatic, soul-wrenching confession. We have witnessed Raskolnikov's descent into a self-imposed intellectual and moral labyrinth, his chilling experiment with an extreme philosophy, and the crushing weight of the crime he committed. Now, all those converging forces collide, tearing down the walls of his tormented psyche and demanding an answer to the fundamental question of his very existence. For chapters upon chapters, we have been privy to the relentless, almost suffocating internal monologue of Raskolnikov. We've felt the claustrophobia of his tiny attic room, the feverish delirium that clouded his judgment, the chilling paranoia that saw enemies in every shadow, and the desperate, often contradictory, justifications he clung to for his actions. He built an elaborate fortress of intellect around himself, attempting to convince himself, and anyone who dared to challenge him, that he was an extraordinary man, a Napoleon, capable of transcending conventional morality for a higher purpose. But the very act of the murder, the messy, brutal reality of it, and the innocent blood spilled, contradicted every lofty ideal he constructed. The guilt, an insidious, creeping poison, began to eat away at his carefully crafted philosophy, leaving him isolated, unhinged, and utterly miserable. This is the moment where that internal dam, built of pride, fear, and delusion, finally bursts. It's the shattering of a false self, making way, however painfully, for the possibility of genuine humanity. The breaking point isn't just about confessing a crime to the authorities, it's about the breaking of Raskolnikov himself, the destruction of his old identity to allow for the genesis of something new, something closer to truth, however arduous that truth may be. It's a moment of profound psychological undoing, paving the way for a painful, yet ultimately redemptive, rebuilding. Let's turn our attention now to the first crucial facet of this breaking point, the heavy emotional weight of Raskolnikov's confession to Sonya Marmeladova. Imagine the scene: Sonya's humble, almost impossibly sparse room, a stark reflection of her own suffering and sacrifice, yet imbued with an extraordinary spiritual light. Raskolnikov, a man who has prided himself on his intellectual superiority, his detachment, his cynical view of human weakness, finds himself pouring out his darkest secret to this young woman, whose very essence embodies humility, unwavering faith, and an almost saintly capacity for compassion. He doesn't go to her for absolution in the traditional sense, at least not initially. He goes because he is drowning, and she, despite her own degraded circumstances, represents a lifeline of pure, untainted human connection, a moral compass that his own intellectualizing has shattered. The confession itself is not a simple statement of facts. Oh no, it's an agonizing, drawn-out process, filled with half-truths, desperate attempts to rationalize, to test her reaction, to see if even she, with her boundless empathy, could possibly comprehend or forgive such an act. He circles around the truth, almost daring her to judge him, to condemn him, to fulfill his own self-loathing prophecies. And what is her reaction? Not the revulsion he might have expected, not the horrified judgment. Instead, she is initially overwhelmed by shock and terror, her small frame trembling, her face pale with disbelief. But this soon gives way to an immense, almost unbearable pity, a profound compassion that transcends the horror of his crime. She sees not just the murderer, but the suffering man, lost and tormented. Her response is a torrent of tears, not for herself, but for him, for the terrible burden he carries. She embraces him, despite the monstrous revelation, pleading with him to embrace suffering, to accept punishment, to find redemption through faith. Go at once, she urges him, this minute. Stand at the crossroads, bow down, first kiss the earth which you have defiled, and then bow down to all the world and say to all men aloud, I am a murderer. It is a radical call to humility, to a public acknowledgement that Sonya, in her intuitive wisdom, understands is the only path towards healing. This raw, unfiltered exchange of despair and unconditional love is one of the most powerful and heartbreaking scenes in all of literature. It is the moment Raskolnikov, despite his intellectual prowess, truly begins to understand the profound spiritual and emotional depth of another human being, and through her, perhaps, himself. To bring this to life with a real-world storytelling example, think of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Consider Jean Valjean's lifelong struggle to escape his past as a convict, his profound secret of being a former prisoner, and his transformation into a respectable, compassionate mayor. When he finally. But the truth, once acknowledged, has a gravitational pull. The psychological exhaustion from maintaining his lie, from battling his conscience, from the constant paranoia, has reached its absolute limit. He is utterly depleted, physically and mentally. The grand intellectual experiment has failed, leaving him a hollowed-out shell. His arrival at the police station is, in a way, almost an anticlimax after the high emotional drama with Sonia and his own internal maelstrom. The station itself is mundane, bureaucratic, populated by ordinary officials like Porfiry Petrovich, who has brilliantly cornered him psychologically, or the unassuming Ilya Petrovich, the lieutenant. There are no trumpets, no grand pronouncements. It is a simple, stark act of stepping across a threshold, a quiet declaration of guilt. His confession to the officers is not the agonized outpouring he shared with Sonia, it is concise, direct, almost mechanical. It was I who killed the old woman and her sister Lizaveta with an axe and robbed them. These words, so stark in their simplicity, represent the ultimate act of taking responsibility, a definitive break from his past self. He sheds the Superman delusion, accepting his place among ordinary men, subject to ordinary laws and consequences. This surrender is not a moment of joy, but a profound release from the incessant psychological torment, a weary peace born of finally aligning his external actions with his internal, undeniable truth. It is the end of the chase, the cessation of the fight against himself, the acceptance of fate and justice. Consider a real-world storytelling example, the narrative of a whistleblower who, after agonizing over the ethical dilemma for months or even years, finally decides to step forward and reveal corporate malfeasance or government corruption to the authorities. They know the personal cost will be immense, loss of job, reputation, legal battles, public scrutiny, even threats to their safety. Yet, the burden of holding such a truth, of witnessing injustice and remaining silent, becomes unbearable. The moment they walk into the relevant agency, whether it's the SEC, the FBI, or a congressional committee, and provide their testimony and evidence, represents a similar surrender. It's an act of courage, but also of profound exhaustion. They are tired of the internal conflict, tired of bearing the secret alone. The weight of responsibility for the truth outweighs the fear of personal repercussions. This isn't a joyful surrender, it's a grim acceptance of a difficult path, chosen out of a moral imperative, and it brings a paradoxical sense of relief. The fight is not over, but the internal battle of whether or not to act is finally concluded. Psychologically, Raskolnikov's surrender is a classic illustration of ego depletion. Maintaining the facade of innocence, battling his conscience, navigating the suspicions of others, and constantly rationalizing his crime had utterly drained his psychological resources. His will to resist simply wore out. The decision to turn himself in, therefore, is not necessarily a sudden burst of moral enlightenment, but often the result of this profound mental fatigue. There's also a deep-seated human need for justice and accountability, both external and internal. Even for those who commit heinous acts, the constant dissonance between their actions and any lingering sense of morality creates an unbearable internal conflict. Surrendering to the authorities, accepting the consequences, completes a narrative arc. It moves from transgression to acknowledgement, allowing the individual to begin the painful process of reintegration into a societal framework, even if that framework means punishment. This act signifies the end of self-deception as a primary mode of existence, a critical step towards any form of psychological health. It's the final, brutal realization that living a lie is ultimately more destructive than facing the truth, no matter how harsh that truth might be. For the listener, practical application steps gleaned from this part of Raskolnikov, believing himself to be an extraordinary man above common morality, committed an act that inherently conflicted with his underlying, albeit suppressed, human conscience. The constant internal tension between I am good/extraordinary and I committed a terrible crime was psychologically unbearable. His confession and surrender resolve this dissonance by aligning his actions' confession, acceptance of punishment with the truth of his transgression. The psychological burden of maintaining a lie, or a flawed worldview, is immense. It requires constant mental gymnastics, suppression of uncomfortable facts, and disconnection from one's true feelings. When this burden is lifted, even in the face of dire consequences, a profound sense of inner peace can emerge. This highlights a foundational human need for truth and authenticity. Our minds crave coherence, and living in denial or delusion is profoundly disharmonious. Self-acceptance, even of one's flawed and fallible nature, is a cornerstone of psychological well-being. It allows for genuine healing and growth, as opposed to the sterile, isolated existence of self-deception. How can listeners apply these profound insights to their own lives? Practical application steps involve identifying areas where denial or delusion might be causing more suffering than reality itself. First, take an honest inventory of your life. Are there situations, relationships, or beliefs you are holding onto that, deep down, you know are not true or are no longer serving you? Second, practice gentle self-inquiry. Ask yourself, what truth am I avoiding? What reality am I resisting? This isn't about harsh self-judgment, but compassionate observation. Third, engage in mindfulness practices to observe and accept reality without immediate judgment. Acknowledge your feelings, even the uncomfortable ones, without trying to change them or run from them. This acceptance is the first step towards resolving internal conflict. Fourth, understand that relief can indeed exist alongside sadness, regret, or fear. Facing a difficult truth does not magically erase the pain, but it can alleviate the additional burden of avoidance and internal struggle. Finally, recognize the long-term benefits of authenticity over maintaining a false front. While being authentic can be challenging in the short term, it fosters deeper connections, builds self-trust, and ultimately leads to a more fulfilling and psychologically healthy life. It allows you to integrate all parts of yourself, the good and the bad, into a more coherent and peaceful whole. So, as we conclude our deep dive into The Breaking Point, we see Raskolnikov's journey culminate in a profound transformation. From the depths of intellectual arrogance and murderous delusion, through the agonizing intimacy of confession to Sonia, to the weary yet resolute surrender to the authorities, he reaches a crucial juncture. This chapter isn't just about the solving of a crime, it's about the shattering and nascent rebuilding of a human soul. It's about the devastating cost of intellectual pride untempered by compassion, and the paradoxical liberation that comes from embracing vulnerability and truth. Raskolnikov's breaking point marks the end of his internal civil war and the beginning of a new, arduous path, a path of suffering, yes, but also a path that holds the promise of redemption and a genuine reconnection with humanity. What happens next for Raskolnikov? How will he endure the consequences of his actions? And what role will Sonia, his spiritual guide, continue to play in his long journey towards atonement? Join us in our next chapter as we follow Rodion Raskolnikov beyond his confession, into the stark realities of his punishment, and witness the slow, painful unfolding of his redemption. The external drama may now be shifting to the courts and the prison, but the internal journey of Raskolnikov's soul is far from over. Main Chapter 8, The Journey to Siberia. Welcome back, listeners. We now arrive at a pivotal juncture in our exploration of Fyodor Dostoevsky's masterful novel, Crime and Punishment. We've witnessed Raskolnikov's meticulous planning, the shocking execution of his heinous act, the subsequent psychological unraveling, and the profound, agonizing internal conflict that led him to finally confess his terrible secret. Our journey has brought us to main chapter 8, which we are entitling, for the purposes of our audiobook, The Journey to Siberia. This chapter marks the irreversible turning point, the moment where Raskolnikov's intellectual theories and his desperate attempts at self-justification are finally stripped away, replaced by the harsh, unyielding reality of consequence. In this segment, we will delve deep into the core concept of Raskolnikov's trial, his sentencing, and the subsequent, arduous journey to a remote Siberian prison camp. What does it truly mean for a man like Raskolnikov, a man of profound intellect and unsettling philosophical conviction, to face the full force of societal justice? How does one reconcile such a towering, if flawed, ego with the crushing weight of institutional punishment? These are the questions that define this crucial stage of his transformation, or perhaps, the beginning of its true potential. We'll explore not just the external events, but the profound internal shifts, the subtle tremors beneath the surface of his seemingly stoic demeanor, as he confronts a future utterly unlike anything his grandiose intellectual schemes had ever envisioned. Now, let's explore some key points that illuminate this journey. The first point, and perhaps one of the most surprising, is the outline of the legal consequences Raskolnikov faces and the truly astonishing leniency of his sentence. When one considers the brutality of the double murder he committed, the cold-blooded killing of the pawnbroker, Alyona Ivanovna, and the accidental but equally tragic murder of her innocent sister, Lizaveta Ivanovna, one might expect the most severe penalty available under Russian law at the time. Yet, Raskolnikov receives a comparatively light sentence, 8 years of hard labor in Siberia. Why this leniency? What factors contributed to this outcome that, to many readers, seems almost merciful given the gravity of his crimes? The narrative meticulously details several mitigating circumstances that played a crucial role. Firstly, and perhaps most significantly, was his voluntary confession. While it came after immense psychological pressure from Porfiry Petrovich and the unwavering moral support of Sonia Marmeladova, the fact remains that he did, in the end, confess. This act, while born of desperation and psychological exhaustion rather than true repentance initially, was nonetheless seen by the authorities as a sign of remorse and cooperation. Secondly, there were numerous testimonies to his past good character, and perhaps more importantly, to his feverish and potentially unsound mental state during and after the crimes. His landlady, his friends, even those who knew him only peripherally, could attest to his unusual behavior, his prolonged illness, and his detached, almost delirious state. The court took this into account, viewing his actions as perhaps driven by a temporary derangement, a momentary madness, rather than pure, premeditated malice. Consider also the nature of his victims. While no crime is excusable, the pawnbroker, Alyona Ivanovna, was widely disliked, known for her avarice and cruel exploitation of the poor. This public sentiment, however subtle, might have unconsciously influenced the perception of the crime. Furthermore, Raskolnikov did not steal for personal enrichment. He never spent the money or pawned the stolen items, which indicated a motive far removed from common thievery. His poverty was undeniable, his charitable acts were remembered, he had, after all, given his last kopecks to the Marmeladovs, and saved children from a fire, performing acts of heroism in the past. These fragments of past goodness, coupled with, consider someone like Jean Valjean from Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. While his initial crime was stealing a loaf of bread, the decades of persecution he faced were severe. Yet, later in his life, despite his past as a convict, his acts of immense kindness, self-sacrifice, and his ultimate redemption earn him a form of leniency and respect, even from those who were once his pursuers. While Raskolnikov's crime is far more heinous, the principle of mitigating factors, of looking beyond the surface act to the underlying human condition, resonates. It suggests that even the harshest justice systems sometimes grapple with the complexities of human motivation and circumstance. Or, if we look at real-world legal cases, we often see instances where a defendant's mental health history, a history of abuse, or even a sudden, uncharacteristic act performed under extreme duress, leads to a sentence that is less severe than what the letter of the law might strictly demand. It's a testament to the fact that justice, while aiming for impartiality, often has a human element, an interpretive space. Psychologically, why does this leniency matter so profoundly? For Raskolnikov, it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, it prevents him from becoming a martyr. Had he faced the death penalty or a truly crushing, inescapable sentence, he might have clung to his nihilistic philosophy with even greater conviction, viewing himself as a victim of a flawed society, a brilliant mind crushed by the mediocre masses. The leniency denies him this intellectual escape. It forces him to confront his crime not as a grand, philosophical experiment gone wrong, but as a personal failure that even the system, in its flawed wisdom, recognizes as somewhat unique, perhaps even tragic. It robs him of the clear-cut antagonist he might have preferred. Instead of a direct ideological confrontation, he faces a more mundane, drawn-out consequence that offers the possibility of reflection, and ultimately, of genuine, painful self-revelation. The lesser sentence also implies that the authorities saw a flicker of humanity, a potential for rehabilitation, even if Raskolnikov himself wasn't ready to see it. This seeds a subtle, almost imperceptible doubt in his own absolute convictions about himself and the world. It's a silent challenge to his intellectual arrogance, suggesting that perhaps he isn't as uniquely powerful or as irredeemably fallen as he believes. For us, the listeners, what practical application steps can we glean from this surprising turn of events? Firstly, it encourages us to look beyond the immediate act and consider the full spectrum of human motivation and circumstance. Are we quick to condemn, or do we seek to understand the underlying factors that contribute to someone's actions? Secondly, it reminds us that true justice often involves a nuanced understanding of context, not just a rigid application of rules. When we encounter situations in our own lives where we might be quick to judge, whether it's a friend who makes a mistake, a colleague who falters, or even a public figure who falls from grace, do we allow for the possibility of mitigating factors? Do we consider the full story, the hidden struggles, the moments of desperation or mental distress that might have contributed to their actions? Practicing this nuanced understanding can lead to greater empathy, more effective conflict resolution, and a deeper appreciation for the complex tapestry of human experience. It's about recognizing that every individual is a story, not just a statistic, and that understanding those stories, even the darkest ones, is crucial for fostering a truly compassionate society. Our second key point delves into Raskolnikov's initial emotional detachment and stubborn pride while in prison, awaiting his journey to Siberia. Even after his confession, even after the trial, Raskolnikov does not immediately embrace guilt or repentance in the conventional sense. Instead, he remains remarkably detached, almost cold, still clinging to the remnants of his extraordinary man Theo. Raskolnikov's journey is a stark reminder that intellectual brilliance, without moral grounding, can lead to devastating consequences. Cultivating humility, the willingness to admit when we are wrong, to learn from our mistakes, and to genuinely connect with the emotional impact of our actions on others, is crucial for personal growth and healthy relationships. It's about understanding that sometimes, the most courageous act is not to defend your intellect, but to open your heart. This means actively listening to feedback, even if it's critical, and being willing to re-evaluate our deepest held beliefs when confronted with compelling evidence or human suffering. It is a path to genuine self-awareness, moving beyond the ego's need to be right and towards the more profound need to be whole. Our third key point is perhaps the most profound of all: how physical punishment pales in comparison to psychological torment. As Raskolnikov begins his journey to Siberia, and even during his initial time in the prison camp, the physical hardships, the rough travel, the meager food, the hard labor, the cold, are certainly present. Yet, for Raskolnikov, these external privations are almost secondary to the internal suffering that continues to plague him. He is a man of the mind, and it is his mind that remains his greatest tormentor. The shattered remnants of his extraordinary man theory, the gnawing realization of his own utter failure, the profound isolation he feels even amidst other convicts, the constant rehashing of his intellectual mistakes, these are the chains that truly bind him, far more effectively than any physical shackles. The external world, though harsh, doesn't shock him as much as his internal landscape. He observes his fellow prisoners, men who have committed acts of varying degrees of brutality, and finds he cannot truly connect with them. He perceives their motivations as base, their minds as simple, their suffering as different from his own profound intellectual anguish. He is tormented by the fact that he cannot feel a conventional sense of guilt, that his intellectual pride still holds him captive. He despises himself for having confessed, for not being strong enough to endure, for not fulfilling his own grand design. This self-loathing, this intellectual agony, is far more insidious and relentless than any flogging or solitary confinement could ever be. It's the torment of a brilliant mind trapped within its own failed philosophy, unable to escape the echo chamber of its own disastrous thoughts. To illustrate this with a real-world example, consider the experiences of long-term solitary confinement. While the physical privations are severe, lack of sunlight, restricted movement, poor food, the most devastating effects are almost always psychological. The isolation, the lack of sensory input, the endless hours left only with one's own thoughts, often lead to profound mental deterioration, hallucinations, severe anxiety, and depression. The human mind, when deprived of external interaction and meaningful purpose, can become its own worst enemy, creating torments far more excruciating than any external physical pain. Or think of the experience of intense moral regret or existential crisis. Imagine someone who has made a decision that has irrevocably harmed others, or someone who questions the very meaning of their life. The physical discomfort they might feel, sleeplessness, loss of appetite, pales in comparison to the gnawing, internal anguish of regret, the crushing weight of responsibility, or the terrifying void of meaninglessness. The story of Viktor Frankl in Man's Search for Meaning, though about physical concentration camp survival, also highlights how those who found internal purpose and meaning were better able to withstand the unimaginable physical and psychological horrors. Raskolnikov's torment is not just about what he did, but about what he failed to become, and the crushing realization that his grand philosophy was a house of cards. Psychologically, the supremacy of psychological torment. Main Chapter 9, The Dawn of Redemption. Welcome, esteemed listener, to a profound and deeply moving chapter in our exploration of Dostoevsky's timeless masterpiece, Crime and Punishment. We arrive now at Chapter 11, aptly titled The Dawn of Redemption. This is not merely a chapter, it is a spiritual odyssey, the culmination of Raskolnikov's agonizing internal struggle, the shattering of his self-imposed intellectual chains, and his ultimate embrace of humanity and the transformative power of love. Our core concept for today, the very heartbeat of this segment, centers on the true resolution of Raskolnikov's tumultuous story, a breathtaking turning point where he finally sheds the oppressive mantle of his pride, accepts his intrinsic humanity, and, at long last, allows himself to be enveloped by the redemptive embrace of love. For so long, we have witnessed Raskolnikov as a tormented figure, isolated by his grandiose theories, his intellectual arrogance, and the crushing weight of his transgression. He believed himself to be above the common herd, an extraordinary man entitled to transcend conventional morality. But this chapter strips away all those illusions, revealing the raw, vulnerable human beneath. It's a moment of profound surrender, where the intellectual fortress he built around his heart crumbles, making way for genuine connection and the humbling admission of his own fallibility. This isn't just about confessing a crime, it's about confessing his humanity, accepting his place among us, flawed and utterly dependent on compassion and forgiveness. It's a truly magnificent transformation, a journey from bitter isolation to the tender shoots of connection, from the icy grip of abstract thought to the warm, life-giving currents of the heart. Have you ever felt that moment of profound realization, when a long-held belief system, no matter how carefully constructed, finally yields to a deeper, more intuitive truth? That's precisely the seismic shift we witness in Raskolnikov here. It is the moment where suffering finds its meaning, where the long, dark night of the soul finally gives way to the first, tentative rays of a new morning. Let us now delve deeper into the specific, exquisitely rendered moments that bring this profound shift to life. we will explore three pivotal aspects that paint this vivid picture of Raskolnikov's rebirth. First, we will depict his beautiful spiritual awakening by the riverbank. This is an iconic scene, etched forever in the annals of literature. Raskolnikov, having endured months of penal servitude in Siberia, still harbors resentment and intellectual pride. He has been ill, both physically and spiritually, contemptuous of his fellow prisoners and often cold towards Sonia, who has faithfully followed him. But one day, recovering from a fever, he sits by the banks of a vast, desolate river. The sheer scale of nature, the boundless plains, and the distant mountains seem to put his previous grand theories into a humbling perspective. And then, he sees Sonia, sitting quietly nearby, her eyes always fixed on him with unwavering devotion. In that moment, something profound shifts within him. The defenses he has clung to so desperately, the last vestiges of his intellectual arrogance, finally crumble. He feels an overwhelming surge of emotion, not despair, but a profound sense of release, of boundless love, and he weeps. He weeps for himself, for Sonia, for all humanity, tears that wash away years of pride and self-inflicted torment. It's a catharsis so powerful it feels like a physical shedding of old skin. He reaches for the New Testament Sonia had given him, the one he had never bothered to open, and he finds the story of Lazarus, a man raised from the dead. This discovery is no mere coincidence, it is a profound symbol of his own spiritual resurrection, his own awakening from a long, living death. The riverbank becomes his sacred space, a place where the human soul, stripped bare, finally encounters grace. For a real-world storytelling example that mirrors this profound awakening, consider the character of Jean Valjean Fr. Are your stories about yourself still serving you, or are they keeping you from growing? Fourth, actively seek and cherish genuine connection. Raskolnikov's awakening was inextricably linked to Sonia's presence. Recognize the profound healing power of genuine, compassionate relationships. Even when we feel undeserving, opening ourselves to the love and support of others is crucial for spiritual and psychological healing. Who are your Sonias, and are you allowing them to nourish your soul? And finally, find your own symbols of hope and rebirth. Just as Raskolnikov found solace and meaning in the story of Lazarus, identify personal symbols, stories, or traditions that represent new beginnings, second chances, and the possibility of resurrection, whether spiritual or emotional. What stories inspire you, and what symbols remind you of your capacity for renewal? Let us now turn to our second key point, which highlights Sonia's unwavering loyalty and its ultimate, profound healing effect on Raskolnikov. Throughout the novel, Sonia Marmeladova stands as a beacon of unconditional love, self-sacrifice, and unwavering faith. She is the moral compass, the embodiment of a love that asks for nothing in return, yet gives everything. She follows Raskolnikov to Siberia, endures the harsh realities of penal servitude, and often faces the contempt and suspicion of others, who simply cannot comprehend her devotion to a convicted murderer. Yet, she never preaches to Raskolnikov, never judges him, never tries to force him into repentance. Instead, she simply is there. Her presence is a constant, quiet testament to human goodness, to the possibility of grace, and to the enduring power of selfless love. Her love is not possessive or demanding, it is liberating, a gentle, persistent force that slowly but surely erodes the hardened shell Raskolnikov has built around himself. It is this steadfast, gentle presence, this quiet belief in his inherent goodness despite his actions, that finally breaks through Raskolnikov's formidable defenses, allowing him to accept love and begin his journey of atonement. Sonia's loyalty is not naive, it is a profound spiritual strength, a testament to the belief that love can truly conquer all, even the deepest despair and the most heinous crimes. Consider for a moment the enduring loyalty of Samwise Gamgee to Frodo Baggins in J.R.R. Tolkien's epic The Lord of the Rings. Frodo, burdened by the immense, soul-corrupting weight of the One Ring, often descends into despair, paranoia, and even unkindness towards Sam. He is physically and emotionally ravaged, barely able to continue his quest. Yet, through every trial, every moment of doubt, every seemingly insurmountable obstacle, Samwise never wavers. His simple, enduring love, his steadfast commitment to Frodo's well-being and the success of their mission, is the constant, grounding force that keeps Frodo moving forward. Sam's loyalty isn't flashy or intellectual, it's a profound, earthy devotion, rooted in a deep love for his master and his home. He doesn't offer grand speeches or complex philosophical arguments, he simply is there, offering a steady hand, a comforting word, a practical solution, or just his quiet, hopeful presence. It is Sam's unwavering belief in Frodo, even when Frodo himself has given up all hope, that ultimately allows the ring-bearer to complete his almost impossible quest. Sam's loyalty, like Sonia's, highlights the extraordinary power of consistent, compassionate support to sustain and heal, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. It's not about what he says, but what he does, day after day, year after year, until the very end. From a psychological perspective, Sonia's unwavering loyalty is incredibly significant because it embodies the power of unconditional positive regard, a core concept championed by Carl Rogers in client-centered therapy. Her steadfast presence creates a psychological safe space for Raskolnikov, an environment where he can finally drop his formidable emotional and intellectual defenses without fear of judgment. Human. The New Testament passage about Lazarus, which Raskolnikov reads, is not a mere literary device, it's a powerful metaphor for his own spiritual resurrection, a literal rising from the dead of his former, tormented self. The novel doesn't offer a tidy, happily ever after ending, but rather a profoundly hopeful promise of a future where true healing and a meaningful life are within reach, step by arduous step. For a compelling real-world storytelling example, think of the powerful narrative arc in the film The Shawshank Redemption. Andy Dufresne is unjustly incarcerated for a double murder, facing a life sentence in a brutal prison. His journey isn't simply about escaping, it's about maintaining hope, resilience, and his fundamental humanity in the face of immense adversity and dehumanization. Despite the harshness, the corruption, and the loss, Andy never entirely gives up on his inner spirit. He patiently works towards his freedom, but more importantly, he also works to improve the lives of his fellow prisoners, bringing education and hope within the prison walls. When he finally escapes, the ending isn't the resolution of all his problems, it's the beginning of a new life, a future filled with possibility and freedom. He finds his friend Red on the beach in Mexico, not as a final destination, but as the start of a hopeful new chapter, a testament to enduring friendship and the power of human connection. Similarly, in real life, we see this message of hope and rebirth in individuals who overcome severe addiction, trauma, or long periods of incarceration. Many dedicate their lives to helping others, seeing their past struggles not as perpetual stains, but as foundations upon which to build a new, deeply meaningful existence, transforming their pain into purpose. Their dawn is the commitment to a new way of living, constantly working towards a better self and a better world. From a psychological perspective, this ending offers profound comfort and inspiration. It stands as a powerful affirmation of the human capacity for change, growth, and self-transcendence, even after committing severe transgressions. It directly refutes the psychologically debilitating idea of irreversible damnation, promoting instead the concept of post-traumatic growth, the idea that individuals can experience positive psychological change and personal growth following a struggle with highly challenging, traumatic, or stressful life events. The concept of rebirth provides deep meaning to Raskolnikov's prolonged suffering, suggesting that hardships, when processed and understood, can forge a stronger, more compassionate, and more resilient self. It also powerfully reinforces the psychological truth that true atonement isn't solely about punishment for past wrongs, but fundamentally about internal transformation, a profound shift in values, and a committed orientation towards living a life aligned with one's newfound understanding of love and human connection. This aligns seamlessly with resilience theory, which posits that humans possess an inherent ability to adapt and find meaning and purpose even in the most challenging and seemingly hopeless circumstances. The ending provides a psychological blueprint for recovery from debilitating shame and guilt, demonstrating that a future filled with purpose and connection is always possible for those willing to embark on the arduous journey of self-reflection, acceptance, and love. It shows that the human spirit, even when deeply wounded, possesses an extraordinary capacity for repair and renewal. So, as we bring our journey through this chapter to a close, how can we apply this powerful message of hope and rebirth to our own lives? First, embrace the journey of change and growth. Recognize that personal growth, self-improvement, and indeed, redemption, are not singular events but ongoing processes, a continuous becoming rather than a fixed state. Celebrate each small step forward, knowing that the path is long but ultimately rewarding? Are you being patient and compassionate with yourself on your own? The 7-Day Action Plan, Mastering Your Inner Compass. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 12, a pivotal moment where we translate the profound psychological lessons embedded within the pages of Dostoevsky's masterful Crime and Punishment into a deeply personal, practical, and truly transformative one-week guide. This isn't merely an academic exercise, it's a modern action plan designed to help you, right here, right now, cultivate moral clarity, strengthen your inner compass, and foster a robust sense of mental well-being in your everyday life. We're moving beyond the narrative to extract its timeless wisdom, crafting a blueprint for navigating the complexities of your own conscience, your own rationalizations, and your own path towards genuine peace. Think of Raskolnikov's torture journey not as a distant, extreme case, but as a magnified reflection of the struggles we all face, albeit in less dramatic forms. His internal battles with pride, isolation, guilt, and the seductive allure of self-justification are universal human experiences. Dostoevsky, with his unparalleled insight into the human psyche, laid bare the destructive potential of these forces, and conversely, illuminated the path to redemption through connection, humility, and honesty. Our goal over these next 7 days is to take those illuminating insights and apply them directly to your life, offering you concrete, actionable steps to master your own inner landscape. Are you ready to embark on this journey of self-discovery and transformation? Let's begin by diving into the first segment of our week-long action plan, focusing on what we might call the cleansing phase, days 1 through 3, dedicated to helping you identify and meticulously dismantle your personal rationalizations and conquer the insidious grip of destructive pride. Day 1, Acknowledging the Shadow, Identifying Personal Rationalizations. Have you ever found yourself, perhaps in a quiet moment of reflection, crafting elaborate mental arguments to justify a decision you knew, deep down, wasn't entirely right? Or maybe you've caught yourself minimizing the impact of a careless word or a thoughtless action. This is the subtle, often subconscious, art of rationalization, a skill Raskolnikov honed to a terrifying degree before and after his crime. He convinced himself that his act was not only permissible but even noble, a necessary step for an extraordinary man to transcend conventional morality. While our daily rationalizations rarely involve such extreme acts, the underlying psychological mechanism is identical, protecting our ego from discomfort or perceived wrongdoing. Consider Sarah, a brilliant young professional who consistently missed deadlines at work. She'd rationalize it by saying, "The company expects too much," or "my colleagues aren't as efficient, so it balances out," or even "it's more important to do quality work, even if it takes longer, than rush it." In her mind, she was a victim of unreasonable demands or a paragon of quality, not someone struggling with time management or procrastination. This pattern of internal justification prevented her from seeing the truth. Her own habits were holding her back, and her excuses were eroding trust with her team. The consequences, though not criminal, were real: missed opportunities, increased stress, and a gradual alienation from her colleagues. Her rationalizations were like an invisible shield, protecting her from the uncomfortable truth of her own accountability. Psychologically speaking, this matters immensely because rationalization is a core defense mechanism of the ego. It's our mind's way of reducing cognitive dissonance, the uncomfortable tension we feel when our actions don't align with our beliefs or values. Instead of changing the action or accepting the discomfort, we change our perception of the action. We bend reality to fit our desired self-image. Over time, this constant self-deception erodes our moral clarity, making it harder to distinguish between right and wrong, between genuine intention and self-serving illusion. It blurs the lines of our inner compass, leaving us adrift in a sea of convenient untruths. Dostoevsky showed us how Raskolnikov's initial, intellectual rationalization slowly but surely poisoned his soul, leading to paranoia and profound mental anguish, precisely because he refused to genuinely confront his actions. So, how do we begin to dismantle these subtle, yet powerful, rationalizations? Here are some practical steps for day 1. First, commit to a truth journal for this week. Throughout your day, whenever you feel a pang of discomfort, a flicker of guilt, or find yourself explaining away an action or thought, pause and write it down. Don't judge it, just observe it. Second, practice the third-person perspective exercise. When you catch yourself rationalizing, mentally step outside yourself and ask, what would an objective, kind, but honest observer say about this situation? Would they acc? His internal conflict was so acute that it manifested physically, a constant companion that stripped him of peace and connection. Consider the story of David, a man who, years ago, made a rash business decision that inadvertently caused significant financial hardship for a close friend who had invested with him. While not illegal, David carried a deep sense of culpability, constantly replaying the scenario, feeling like a failure and a betrayer. He never directly addressed it with his friend, instead withdrawing from the friendship, allowing the guilt to fester and grow into profound self-reproach. This unprocessed guilt manifested in his life as pervasive anxiety, difficulty sleeping, and a subtle but constant urge to sabotage his own successes, as if he subconsciously believed he didn't deserve good things. He couldn't move forward because a part of him was perpetually stuck in that past mistake, allowing it to define his present and overshadow his potential for future joy and connection. Psychologically, guilt is a complex emotion. Healthy guilt serves a vital purpose. It motivates us to make amends, to learn from our mistakes, and to align our future actions with our moral compass. It's a signal for repair and growth. However, when guilt is unprocessed, unacknowledged, or left to fester, it can morph into toxic shame. Unlike healthy guilt, which focuses on an action I did something bad, shame attacks the self I am bad. This toxic shame can lead to self-punishment, depression, self-sabotage, and an inability to forgive oneself, trapping us in a cycle of suffering. Raskolnikov's initial resistance to confessing wasn't just pride, it was also a deep, soul-crushing shame that made him believe he was utterly irredeemable. Only through Sonia's unwavering compassion and his eventual, painful confession did he begin to distinguish between the act and his inherent worth as a human being. So, for day 3, how do we begin to acknowledge and process this inner conflict? First, dedicate time to quiet reflection. In your truth journal, write freely about any lingering guilts you carry, big or small. Don't censor yourself, simply allow the feelings and memories to surface. What situations, people, or actions bring up this feeling? Second, practice acknowledging the feeling without judgment. Instead of trying to push the guilt away or immediately fix it, simply say to yourself, I am feeling guilt about X. This act of naming and acknowledging, rather than suppressing, is incredibly powerful. Third, consider writing a letter which you don't have to send to the person or people involved in the situation that generates this guilt. Express everything you wish you could say, your regrets, your understanding of the impact. This exercise can be incredibly cathartic, releasing some of the pent-up emotional energy. Finally, begin to differentiate between the action and your inherent self. Remember, guilt is about something you did, it doesn't define who you are as a person. This distinction is crucial for moving towards self-forgiveness and integrating your experiences into a more complete, resilient self. Now, as we transition from the inward journey of confronting rationalizations, pride, and guilt, we shift our focus outward, towards reconnection and empathy. Our next phase, days 4 and 5, is dedicated to creating actionable steps to reconnect with your community and actively combat the insidious nature of isolation. Day 4, Breaking the Walls of Isolation, the Dangers of Solitude. In Crime and Punishment, Raskolnikov's intellectual superiority complex, combined with his guilt, drove him into a profound, self-imposed isolation. He cut himself off from his family, his friends, and even humanity itself, becoming a solitary, tormented figure. This isolation, far from protecting him, amplified his paranoia and distorted his perception of reality, plunging him deeper into despair. He saw everyone as a potential judge or enemy, rather than a source of comfort or understanding. Dostoevsky powerfully illustrates that moment. Her frustration melted away, replaced by admiration and a desire to support him. Her empathy allowed her to move beyond her initial judgment and see the full, complex human being behind the performance issues, leading to a much more compassionate and effective approach to managing her team. Psychologically, empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. It's a cornerstone of healthy relationships, compassion, and moral reasoning. When we cultivate empathy, we move beyond our self-centered perspective and genuinely try to see the world through another's eyes. This not only reduces judgment and fosters understanding but also broadens our own emotional landscape. It makes us more resilient, more compassionate, and more capable of navigating complex social dynamics. Studies show that empathy can reduce prejudice, promote altruism, and even improve our physical health by strengthening social bonds. Raskolnikov's gradual awakening of empathy allowed him to shed the chains of his own narrow, self-serving worldview and embrace a wider, more interconnected understanding of humanity. So, how do we cultivate empathy on day 5? First, practice perspective taking throughout your day. When you encounter someone who irritates you, or whose actions you don't understand, pause and consciously try to imagine their day, their struggles, their motivations. Ask yourself, what might be happening in their life that I don't know about? Second, engage in active listening with the explicit goal of understanding, not just waiting for your turn to speak. When someone shares something with you, resist the urge to offer advice or judgment immediately. Instead, focus on truly hearing and reflecting back their feelings and perspective. Third, seek out narratives that expose you to diverse experiences. Read books, watch documentaries, or listen to podcasts that tell stories from cultures, backgrounds, or viewpoints very different from your own. This broadens your mental and emotional horizons. Finally, consider volunteering for a cause that brings you into contact with people facing different life challenges. Direct interaction is a powerful catalyst for empathy, dissolving the invisible barriers of prejudice and fostering a profound sense of shared humanity. We are now entering the final, crucial phase of our 7-day action plan, days 6 and 7, where we focus on the truly liberating practices of radical honesty and the transformative power of seeking and giving forgiveness. These are perhaps the most challenging, yet ultimately the most rewarding, steps towards mastering your inner compass. Day 6, the liberating power of radical honesty, starting with yourself. The journey of Raskolnikov underscores a fundamental truth: the greatest burden is not the crime itself, but the lie that perpetuates it. His confession, though agonizingly difficult and compelled by external circumstances, marked the turning point in his spiritual redemption. The act of speaking his truth, no matter how dreadful, released him from the suffocating grip of his self-imposed deception and the paranoia it engendered. Radical honesty, therefore, begins not with others, but with ourselves, dismantling the subtle and not so subtle ways we avoid uncomfortable truths. Let's consider Maria, a talented artist who frequently overcommitted herself, saying yes to every request for help or collaboration, even when she was already stretched thin. She then struggled to deliver, often missing deadlines or producing subpar work, leading to immense stress and guilt. Her dishonesty wasn't malicious, it was a self-deception born of a desire to please and a fear of disappointing others. She'd tell herself, "I can handle it," or "it's just a small thing," when the reality was she was drowning. This pattern eroded her self-trust and her reputation. One day, after a particularly public failure, she decided to practice radical honesty. She admitted to herself, and then to a trusted friend, I am overwhelmed. I need to learn to say no. This simple, honest admission. It's understanding that we are human, we err, and we deserve the same grace we might extend to others. Raskolnikov's ultimate redemption only truly began when he could accept Sonia's forgiveness, and then, slowly, begin the arduous process of forgiving himself, not for the act, but for his humanity within the act. So, how do we engage with the path of forgiveness on day 7? First, reflect on someone you need to forgive. This could be someone who has wronged you, or it could be yourself. In your truth journal, explore the feelings associated with this situation. What is the story you tell yourself about it? What would it feel like to release this burden? Second, consider writing a letter of forgiveness again, not necessarily sent. Address it to the person you are forgiving, or to yourself. Express your hurt, acknowledge the impact, but then consciously state your intention to release the emotional hold it has over you. This is for your liberation, not necessarily for theirs. Third, practice compassion meditation. Spend time silently wishing well, first to yourself, then to loved ones, then to neutral acquaintances, and finally, to someone you struggle to forgive. This practice cultivates an expansive sense of understanding and kindness. Finally, understand that forgiveness is a process, not a one-time event. It may take time, and feelings may resurface, but each time you choose to release the burden, you reinforce your commitment to your own peace and well-being. As our 7-day action plan concludes, remember that this isn't a magic fix, but rather a powerful initiation into a lifelong practice. The psychological insights gleaned from Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment are not merely literary observations, they are profound blueprints for living a more integrated, morally clear, and mentally healthy life. By consciously dismantling rationalizations, conquering destructive pride, processing guilt, embracing connection, cultivating empathy, practicing radical honesty, and committing to forgiveness, you are actively mastering your inner compass. You are moving towards a life where your actions align with your deepest values, where connection replaces isolation, and where peace triumphs over torment. This journey of self-discovery, inspired by the timeless wisdom of a literary masterpiece, is an ongoing process of growth and refinement. Each day offers new opportunities to apply these principles, to deepen your understanding of yourself, and to strengthen the very core of your being. You have taken the first, brave steps. Now, carry these lessons forward, integrate them into your daily rhythm, and continue to cultivate the profound moral clarity that Dostoevsky so brilliantly illuminated. And as you do, you will find that the echoes of Crime and Punishment will not just be a story you've read, but a living guide empowering you to navigate the intricate landscapes of your own life with wisdom, compassion, and unwavering integrity. In our next chapter, we will delve into how to sustain these practices and integrate them into a broader philosophy of living, ensuring that the wisdom you've gained becomes an enduring part of your personal journey. Summary: The Anatomy of the Soul. Welcome back, cherished listener. As we arrive at this pivotal 13th chapter, Summary: The Anatomy of the Soul, we embark on a profound journey of reflection, drawing together the intricate threads of our exploration into the human condition. Our path through the labyrinthine corridors of Dostoevsky's masterpiece, Crime and Punishment, has been more than a mere recounting of events. It has been a deeply empathetic dive into the very core of what it means to be human, charting the tortuous journey from rationalized transgression to the glorious dawn of ultimate redemption. It's a comprehensive wrap-up, designed to resonate with the echoes of Raskolnikov's internal struggle and to illuminate the universal truths that emerge from his harrowing odyssey. This narrative, at its heart, is a testament to the soul's incredible resilience, its capacity for both profound error and astounding grace. We have witnessed a mind grappling with a theory, an ideology that promised liberation from conventional morality, only to find itself ensnared in a web of its own making. Yet, through this very torment, through the crucible of guilt and isolation, we have seen the glimmer of an inherent, undeniable force within the human spirit, guiding it towards a reconciliation with itself and with the wider world. This is not just a story of a crime and its punishment, it is an intimate portrait of a soul's struggle for meaning, a quest for spiritual rebirth, and the profound, often painful, process of finding one's way back to humility, connection, and love. Now, let us delve into the key revelations that define this anatomical study of the soul. First, we must revisit and recap the inevitable, devastating downfall of the so-called extraordinary man theory. Remember Raskolnikov's intricate intellectual construct, the belief that certain individuals, superior in intellect and vision, possess the right, even the moral imperative, to transcend conventional ethical boundaries, to commit acts deemed criminal by ordinary society, all for the sake of a greater good or a grander vision. He saw himself as one such chosen individual, a Napoleon of the mind, destined to clear away the moral debris of the old world. But what did we witness unfold? We saw not the rise of a benevolent dictator or a world changer, but the descent into a suffocating, self-imposed hell of paranoia, isolation, and psychological disintegration. The theory, for all its intellectual elegance, proved utterly incapable of insulating him from the crushing weight of his own humanity. It failed because it fundamentally misunderstood the nature of morality and the interconnectedness of human experience. Consider, for a moment, a real-world parallel, perhaps a budding entrepreneur who, convinced of their own visionary genius and the revolutionary potential of their product, begins to cut corners, to stretch the truth in financial dealings, to exploit their team, all under the guise of breaking eggs to make an omelet. They rationalize these actions, telling themselves that once their empire is built, everyone will benefit, and their past transgressions will be seen as necessary evils on the path to progress. Yet, as their empire grows, they find themselves increasingly isolated, unable to trust anyone, haunted by the whispers of their own conscience and the growing chasm between their public persona and their private torment. The very success they craved feels hollow, tainted by the moral compromises made along the way. Psychologically, why does this matter so deeply? The extraordinary man theory appeals to a part of our ego that yearns for significance, for an escape from the mundane strictures of life. It's a dangerous form of cognitive distortion, where the intellect attempts to override the innate moral compass. It's the ultimate rationalization, a sophisticated defense mechanism designed to protect the self from uncomfortable truths about its own fallibility. When we elevate our own intellect or goals above universal ethical principles, we risk severing ourselves from the. This leads us directly to our second crucial point, the undeniable, self-correcting power of the human conscience. Raskolnikov's suffering was not merely a consequence of external forces, it was an internal torment, a relentless siege laid by his own moral compass. From the moment the axe fell, his conscience, far from being silenced, began its insidious work, eroding his peace, fragmenting his mind, and driving him to the brink of madness. He tried to escape it through illness, through further isolation, through intellectual justifications, but the truth remained, the inner voice of right and wrong, that deep-seated sense of integrity, cannot be suppressed indefinitely. It is an intrinsic, vital part of our psychological and spiritual anatomy, always striving to bring us back into alignment with our deepest values and with the collective moral truth of humanity. It is the soul's self-healing mechanism, painful though the process may be. Let's illustrate this with a simpler, relatable story. Imagine a young person who, in a moment of panic or peer pressure, cheats on a significant exam. They get away with it, receiving a good grade, and outwardly, no one is the wiser. But internally, a quiet storm begins to brew. Every time they look at that grade, a knot forms in their stomach. They dread conversations about the subject, fearing exposure. They start to feel like an imposter, their achievements tainted. This internal dissonance gnaws at them, affecting their sleep, their mood, and their ability to genuinely connect with others. Eventually, after weeks or months of quiet suffering, they find themselves confiding in a trusted mentor or even the professor, confessing their misdeed and accepting the consequences, however severe. In that moment of confession, a profound sense of relief washes over them, a feeling of being whole again, even if it means facing temporary hardship. Their conscience, though initially ignored, ultimately compelled them towards truth and integrity. Psychologically, this underscores the vital role of guilt and shame. While often perceived as negative emotions to be avoided at all costs, they are, in fact, crucial signal mechanisms. Guilt tells us, you did something that violates your values or harmed another. Shame says, you feel you are a person who violates values or harms others. Both, when processed constructively, can act as powerful motivators for change and reparation. They are the mind's way of alerting us to an imbalance, a disunity between our actions and our authentic self. To ignore them is to perpetuate a state of internal conflict, leading to anxiety, depression, and a loss of personal identity. Our fundamental need for self-coherence for our inner and outer worlds to align is what gives conscience its undeniable power. How then, can we practically harness this inherent self-correcting power? First, cultivate a practice of silent listening. In our noisy world, it's easy to drown out the subtle whispers of conscience. Regularly set aside time for introspection, perhaps through journaling or meditation, to genuinely listen to those feelings of unease or discomfort that arise when contemplating or recalling certain actions. Secondly, embrace discomfort. When conscience surfaces with guilt, don't immediately try to rationalize it away or distract yourself. Sit with the feeling, understand its message, and ask what action it is urging you to take. Thirdly, commit to amends. The path to alleviating guilt is often paved with sincere apology, restitution, and a genuine effort to prevent similar future actions. It's about taking responsibility, not just feeling bad. Finally, we arrive at the overarching message, the brilliant synthesis of the audiobook's journey, the transformative power of love, humility, and spiritual renewal. Raskolnikov, despite his intellectual prowess, despite his grand theory, found his salvation not in further complex thought, but in the simple, selfless love of Sonia. It was her unwavering compassion, her absolute faith in his inherent goodness despite his terrible call to action. Continue the journey. My dearest listener, as the final echoes of Raskolnikov's tumultuous journey fade, and the profound questions posed by Fyodor Dostoevsky's masterful El Crimen y el Castigo settle within your mind, we arrive at a pivotal moment. This isn't merely the end of a chapter, it is an invitation, a call to action, and a quiet summons to continue your own extraordinary journey of reflection and discovery. For nearly 5 hours, we have walked alongside a young man grappling with the most fundamental questions of morality, justice, guilt, and redemption. We have witnessed the chilling logic of his extraordinary theory, felt the oppressive weight of his conscience, and found solace in the unwavering compassion of Sonia. But the true power of this narrative, like all great works of art, lies not just in its telling, but in its resonance with your own lived experience, in the ways it sparks introspection and ignites a desire for deeper understanding. This audiobook, El Crimen y el Castigo, a psychological adaptation, was meticulously crafted to be more than a passive listening experience. It was designed as a mirror, reflecting the intricate complexities of the human soul. It was intended as a catalyst, prompting you to examine the shadowed corners and illuminated peaks of your own ethical landscape. And now, as the formal narrative concludes, our shared exploration transforms into a personal one. My primary aim for this closing chapter is to encourage you to engage even further with the profound content we've explored, to reflect deeply on your own life and the moral choices that shape it, and to share the unique insights and impact this audiobook has had on you with others. The journey we've undertaken together through the squalid streets of 19th-century St. Petersburg, into the tormented psyche of Raskolnikov, and through the luminous spirit of Sonia, has been one of immense depth. It has probed the very essence of what it means to be human, to grapple with ambition, despair, sacrifice, and the enduring quest for meaning. Have you not, at times, felt a strange kinship with Raskolnikov's intellectual arrogance, or perhaps a profound admiration for Sonia's boundless empathy? Have you not questioned the fine line between justice and vengeance, between rationalization and genuine moral conviction? This story doesn't offer easy answers. Instead, it compels us to ask better questions, questions that ripple through our own lives long after the final word has been spoken. So, how do we honor such a transformative experience? How do we ensure that the seeds of thought planted by Dostoevsky and nurtured by this adaptation continue to blossom into personal growth and shared wisdom? I propose 3 distinct yet interconnected pathways for you to continue this journey, each designed to deepen your engagement, solidify your understanding, and empower you to carry the lessons learned into your everyday existence. Our first call to action is a simple yet profoundly impactful one. I earnestly invite you to leave a review for this audiobook and, within that review, to share your single biggest takeaway from our nearly 5-hour journey together. Think back over the sweeping narrative, the intense psychological analyses, the character studies, and the profound philosophical debates. What resonated most powerfully with you? What single insight, emotion, or question has lodged itself most firmly in your consciousness? Allow me to offer a real-world storytelling example, purely hypothetical, but illustrating the kind of impact your words can have. Imagine a listener named Clara, who initially approached Crime and Punishment with some trepidation, perhaps finding the classic novel daunting. She listens to this adaptation and is particularly struck by the detailed exploration of Raskolnikov's initial justifications for his crime. She realizes, through the narrator's insights, how easily rationalization can lead one down a perilous path, even if the initial intent seems noble. Clara, a bright and compassionate individual, had recently found her. He picks up a journal, something he hadn't done since college, and begins to write. He doesn't just record the facts, he explores the emotional landscape of his problem. He writes about his fear of causing pain, his guilt over the potential concealment, his desperate desire to act ethically while minimizing harm. He even imagines Sonia's compassionate perspective, and Raskolnikov's tortured justifications. Through the act of writing, David begins to untangle the knotted threads of his moral quandary. He realizes that while the truth might bring immediate pain, the long-term cost of living with a lie would be far greater, both for himself and for his family. The journaling process helps him articulate his core values, prioritize long-term integrity over short-term comfort, and ultimately formulate a plan to address the truth with as much empathy and grace as possible. He doesn't solve it overnight, but the journal becomes his trusted confidant and a clear roadmap for ethical action. The psychological analysis behind journaling about an ethical challenge is rich and multifaceted. Firstly, journaling provides a unique cognitive space for metacognition, thinking about thinking. It externalizes your internal monologue, allowing you to observe your thoughts, biases, and emotional reactions from a slightly detached perspective. This distance is crucial for gaining clarity and objectivity, especially when emotions are running high in an ethical dilemma. Secondly, it facilitates emotional processing. Writing about difficult feelings, such as guilt, fear, or confusion, can be profoundly cathartic. It allows for the release of pent-up emotional energy and helps in regulating affect, moving you from a state of emotional overwhelm to one of greater calm and reasoned reflection. Thirdly, journaling acts as a problem-solving tool. By articulating the challenge, exploring potential courses of action, weighing consequences, and even debating with yourself on paper, you engage in a structured form of ethical reasoning. You might, for instance, apply frameworks of utilitarianism, deontology, or virtue ethics, even if you don't explicitly name them, as you consider the greatest good, your duties, or the kind of person you wish to be. This active engagement can lead to novel solutions or a renewed commitment to a particular moral stance. Finally, it promotes self-awareness and moral development. By regularly examining your ethical landscape, you become more attuned to your personal values, triggers, and areas for growth. This sustained self-inquiry, much like Raskolnikov's agonizing self-examination, albeit with a different outcome, is fundamental to evolving as an ethical individual. For practical application, consider these steps. First, choose a journal. It could be a physical notebook and pen, or a digital document, whatever feels most comfortable and accessible to you. The key is consistency and a sense of privacy. Next, identify an ethical challenge, big or small, that is currently weighing on your mind. Perhaps it's a decision involving honesty, loyalty, fairness, compassion, or responsibility. Don't censor yourself. Begin by simply describing the situation in as much detail as possible. Who are the people involved? What are the facts? What are the conflicting values at play? Then, delve into your feelings. How does this challenge make you feel? What are your fears? What are your hopes? Explore the potential consequences of different actions, both for yourself and for others. Ask yourself, what would a person of integrity do in this situation, or what would Sonia advise, if those archetypes resonate with you? Don't aim for immediate answers, simply explore. You might dedicate 5 to 10 minutes each day, or a longer session once a week, to this practice. Over time, you may find surprising clarity emerging from the act of putting your thoughts on paper, transforming a vague, troubling cloud into a navigable path. This practice is a powerful way to honor the legacy of El Crimen y el Castigo by applying its timeless lessons to the. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.